President Corzo, go ahead.
Welcome, everyone. We are calling our meeting to order at 5:31 p.m. and we will be recessing to closed session for Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Designated Representative, Dr. Joan Rosas, Employee Organization, SMETA, CSCA, and/or SMEA, as well as Government Code 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, and Government Code 54957, Public Employee Performance Goals Evaluation. Superintendent, if these discussions are not completed before 6:30 p.m., the closed session will continue following the regular meeting.
President Corzo, go ahead.
Welcome, everyone. We are reconvening to our regular meeting with nothing to report out of closed session. And I did just want to recognize that we are meeting on a Wednesday this time around because we wanted to be respectful of the first day of Hanukkah, which is tomorrow. I also just want to remind everyone that we do have translation available. You can press the translation button at the bottom of the screen. Solo le quiero recordar a todos que sí tenemos traducción disponible. Hay un botón en su pantalla de un mundo y ahí puede empujar para la traducción en español. Okay, moving on to roll call. Trustee Chin.
Here.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Here.
Trustee Proctor.
Here.
Trustee Watkins.
Here.
And I'm present as well. Let the record reflect all trustees are in attendance. Moving on to approval of agenda December 9th, 2020.
I'll make a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Trustee Chin.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Aye.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And a yes from me as well. The motion carries. And moving on to approval of minutes, November 19th, 2020.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from November 19th, 2020.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Roll call vote. Trustee Chin.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Aye.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will be abstaining as I was not present. Moving on to public statements related to non-agenda topics, the San Mateo Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and/or action where appropriate. Please limit your statements to 3 minutes.
Okay, those who might be participating or joining us for the very first time, we use the raise your hand function within Zoom to address the board. Again, reminder, this is for non-agenda items. So if you would like to state something on that is on the agenda, please wait until that time. President Corzo, at the moment, we have 2 hands up for public comment. Would you like to give 2 minutes?
We can do a full 3.
Full 3, okay. Okay, first, my apologies on any mispronunciations of names or misreadings of your Zoom names. Lazo Party, and then after Lazo Party will be Gabriel. Lazo Party.
So hi, my name is Lynn Azoparty.
Lynn,
and
thank you, Lynn.
Good evening. Good evening. I have been in this district for 37 years, and I am going to read a letter from our SMETA members at my school. Dear members of the board, we recently found out, but were not officially informed, information that is very distressing to our staff. We understand that there is a positive case of COVID at our site and teachers and staff were not informed. As teachers, we always look out for the safety and well-being of our students. Looking at the reopening plans, there was an assumption that teachers would be informed if there was a positive case at our site. However, that was not the case. Instead, staff was not informed of the situation. There are staff members on site daily, teachers teaching from their classroom, and school picture day for staff and students that week, all of whom were not aware of the situation in order to make a decision to come on campus. Where is the safety of your teachers and staff? We feel that our safety was not a priority. We feel that there should be transparency in order for us to feel safe enough to come back on campus. We understand confidentiality. We are not asking to know who or where the student was, but we deserve to know, as your employees, if there is a positive case at our site. We demand that the district and the board reconsider and change the policy of not informing all staff members of any cases on site and of classroom closures. We do not feel safe. How does the district and the community expect us to return to the classroom without transparency? Policies of withholding information breaks the trust between the district and the staff. Thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for everything you do for our district and our students.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Gabriel. Oh, I'm
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify one more time, Peter. If there are other comments and they are somewhat related to one of our agenda topics, please hold them for that time. But we definitely have the floor open for non-agenda topics. Thank you.
Okay, next I'll bring in Gabriel. Gabriel, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Good evening, board trustees. My name is Gabriel Legre. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Sunnybrae and the political chair for SMETA. I'm here to speak to an incident that occurred at Sunnybrae regarding a district policy. On November 30th, 2 classes in the annex were sent home. Neither teachers nor staff were told why they were sent home. The following day, December 1st, we had picture day at our site in the LGI. It was not until December 3rd, the Sunnybrae SMETA team received a notification that a student tested positive for COVID-19. This week, on Monday, December 7th, we had a virtual meeting with an administrator who admitted 2 things. 1, she was aware 2 classes were sent home from annex. And 2, she was instructed by the district to not discuss the incident with anyone. It is our belief that the district and our administrator were aware of COVID-19 positive case in the annex and did not disclose such information to the staff and parents. This is unacceptable and does not give teachers the confidence in the district that we are prepared to deal with COVID-19 positive students if we are to move forward to a hybrid model by January. There is so much more we can, should, and must do before reopening schools for in-person instruction. We understand the confidentiality aspect of this. However, let me draw a comparison of this incident to what happens when there is a lice case in our classroom. The policy is to inform our parents that there was a lice case without breaking confidentiality of that student. Sometimes we have to tell other parents if there was a possibility that headphones were shared. If we can do this for a lice case without violating HEPA rules, we can do this for a life-threatening pandemic like COVID-19. We, Sunnybrae teachers, are here to inform the board and our community that this policy is endangering everyone's life. I strongly urge board members to look into this policy of not notifying parents, teachers, and staff of a COVID-19 positive case at their school site. Our union, SMETA, is also challenging this policy and its compliance to a new Cal OSHA law that was effective November 30th. It requires written prevention plan and states that employers are required to communicate to employees of potential exposure to COVID-19 within 1 day. This policy should be retracted immediately because it not only violates the law, but endangers the lives of students and teachers and staff at each school site in the district. Additionally, all Sunnybrae teachers and parents should be given the opportunity to change their choices to remain in hybrid or go to DL, considering this incident that has broken our trust in the district. Parents put their trust in me that I will protect their children when they are at school. I, in turn, have put my trust in the district that they will keep both teachers and students safe. I am here tonight to urge the board members to do everything in their power to repair this trust by putting the appropriate safety measures in place to keep our community safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gabriel. Okay, President Corzo, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, we are closing public comment. Public statements related to agenda items, persons will be called on at the appropriate time. Moving on to Foundation Committee reports.
I attended the Communications Committee meeting yesterday, and we continued to talk about COVID communications that took up most of the meeting, talking about the website and ways that information could be more clear. And we spoke a lot about knowing the audience of the website at this point. Usually it's for like potential students, potential families that might be joining. And at this time, it's a lot of people looking for answers. And so we continued to talk about that and finding ways to communicate clearly to families.
The Ed Foundation met earlier this week, and the bulk of the time was spent discussing the upcoming readathon and just how that's going to work, kind of given given the landscape that we're in. And so there should be more information forthcoming about that. They'll also be likely partnering with the culturally relevant literature work that is happening, and kind of thinking about how to integrate those kind of two big initiatives. We will also be, oh, hi, Colleen. They'll also be, we're sharing about how, just next steps for utilizing the gala funds, and kind of how to get that into action as quickly as possible. Oh, and there's a huge big announcement. And Colleen, is that why you're here? Okay, I'll turn it over to Colleen for that. So she gets the honors, of course.
Thank you so much. I'm Colleen Sullivan, president of the San Mateo Foster City Education Foundation. And last week, Friday, we were informed by Gilead that we have been awarded a grant for $500,000. And thank you. This will be covering clear scan thermal scanners for each of the schools. And we will be buying 35. So the district office will also have one, and M&O, and we will be, schools larger, close to 500 or more will be receiving 2 scanners. So that's one portion of the grant, and that we will be placing the order this week, and the scanners will be available hopefully the 1st or 2nd week of January. And then the other thing, and this is the thing that makes me the happiest, is for the first time, we will be able to fund a position. So a 3-year teacher on special assignment for science, who will be working with all teachers in the district, all science teachers, all elementary teachers, and then middle school science teachers as well. And that position will begin July 1st. So for the next 3 years, starting July, we will have a science TOSA. So that was my goal, was to get us, well, that's one of many goals, but the big goal was to start to include staff in addition to stuff, because we want to have the biggest impact on kids possible. So I just wanted to share that with you. And Kate Wilson at Gilead has been very helpful, as has Joydeep Ganguly, who has been our shepherd and champion. So that's our good news for 2020, I'll have to say. So thank you. Thank you for your support and for the partnership. We appreciate it.
Congratulations, and thank you guys so much for all of the work on this. It's huge, really great news.
Okay, any other foundation or committee reports? Thank you so much, Colleen and the Ed Foundation folks. Okay, we will move on to announcements.
I just want to announce that last week was the California School Board Association, the virtual conference. I believe some of us went. It was very informative, albeit very virtual, which is just like what we're doing now. And I look forward to our report outs. I think we usually do that in January of the conference. Additionally, I just want to welcome back Trustee Hitchcock for her, what we thought was her last meeting, but she missed us so much that she wanted to come back for this last one. Thank you.
There was so much love at the last one. I just wanted it again.
I'll clarify. We actually will be having our, what is it called? Our reorganization meeting on Monday, the 14th at 6:30 p.m. So please join us on the 14th for that. That's a little out of the norm. It should have been this meeting, but some logistical things came down through the pipeline and we had to adjust. I just want to also recognize Sonia. I think your hand is raised for translation, possibly. I don't see. Oh, that Kenya's on. Okay.
President Corzo,
Sonia,
would you like me-
go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was like, would you like me to allow her to speak and bring up the hand dropped?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, it's.
Okay, would you like me to bring her in?
Yeah, well, let me just, Sonia, si ocupa la traducción, empuje el botón que dice traducción. Pues ya lo ha usado muchas veces. Yeah, maybe let's bring her in because she should be a pro by now. She's gotten a lot of translation.
Sonia,
Hola,
go ahead.
Sonia. She's muted. No la podemos escuchar, tiene que quitarle el mute.
Okay. Ya,
¿Hello? Sí, quería traducción, vimos que su mano estaba arriba.
sí, no se escucha, la tengo en español, pero no se oye la traductora.
Oh, okay. Sonia is saying that she can't hear our translator.
Kenya, if you wouldn't mind, could you switch to the English and let's test your microphone?
Hi there, can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Ahorita ya se escuchó en inglés.
Okay, so Kenya, let's go ahead and switch back to Spanish and communicate to Sonia to also jump back onto Spanish, and let's give this one more shot.
Okay, Sonia, puede intentar cambiar a español una vez más a ver si ahora sirve.
Okay, ya está, a ver, Calela. Ahí
¿Yolanda?
sí. Sí.
Okay, she's good now.
Gracias.
Fantastic.
De nada. Gracias por su paciencia.
Gracias a ustedes.
Okay. I see Evelyn has their hand raised. I'm not sure if it's the same issue. Evelyn, si ocupa la traducción, cambia a inglés, luego cambia de nuevo a español, ahora debe de estar funcionando. Okay. Okay, let's I think it should be working, so let's move on. Any other announcements? No? Okay. Moving on to superintendent report.
The majority of my report will be conducted during the reopening presentation. However, I did want to make a couple of announcements. One is that 2 new members will be joining the Equity Task Force. Marlon Bussey, Reverend Marlon Bussey is a community member in our in San Mateo, and then Jennifer Young, one of our teachers. So I wanted to make that announcement. Also to say that the CDAC had a very informative meeting last night, presenting information from the Family Resource Center, and also sharing the presentation that you're going to be seeing tonight on one of our audit, on the progress on one of our audits. And finally, I just want to thank the Ed Foundation. That's no small feat to have written and obtained a $500,000 grant. And I just want to thank Colleen and the director and the entire board for what you're doing to support our district. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Rosas. Moving on to our proposed consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion. In the form listed below, there will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items be removed and discussed from the consent agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any recommended consent item is appropriate at this time.
Sorry, my apologies. We have Randy at this time. Randy?
Yes, I'd like to comment on item 5.1.2.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5.1.2?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of 5.1.2.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, Trustee Chin,
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock,
Aye.
Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and a yes for me as well. Item 5.1.2.
Okay, Randy, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I know that in these times, this is probably a minor detail, but I just wanted to bring up that, to my knowledge, this is the first time that I have seen a resolution like this where there has been like this formal request for compensation for a board member to receive compensation for an absence from a board meeting. So I'm curious whether there has been a resolution on the consent agenda like this before, number one. Number two, I'm curious when there have been other absences by board members, have they been compensated just by default? Have they not been compensated? Is this some new practice that's being instituted by the school district? And why is this happening now? I don't necessarily object to it, but I'm just curious about why this, why now? And thank you, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Randy.
I'd be happy to explain the item. So each board member receives a stipend of $400. The stipend is prorated over the number of meetings for a month. So if there's one meeting, it's 400. If there's two meetings, it's 200 each meeting. If a board member is absent, there are some absences that are excused, can be excused through resolution, either from jury duty, from illness, or if a board member is doing other board work and cannot be at the board meeting. So we each month tally the meetings, look to see who was attending, and pay accordingly. We were requested to look at this because one of our board members was quite ill and could not make the meeting. And so we have, this was our first time working through this, and this is why you're seeing this resolution. I will be happy to answer any board questions if there are any.
Motion to approve.
I will
make a
second.
motion to approve 5.1.2.
Thank you, Trustee Chin and Watkins, for your motion and second. Roll call vote, Trustee Chin,
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock,
Aye.
Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and I'm not sure if I
You can
should vote on this.
abstain. You can abstain.
I'll be abstaining from this one. Thank you. Moving on to item 6.1, reopening plan update.
All right. Peter, would you be able to show my slides? Okay, thanks so much. Happy to present another reopening plan update. Topics that we're going to cover tonight are the statistics for COVID right now, waiver submission, in-person learning, planning for elementary class assignments, middle school in-person learning. I do want to go over some health protocols, communication planning, and the targeted reopening dates. Tonight, we will not be covering the attendance and academic data. If you remember at our last board meeting, staff committed to another presentation on this topic, February 4th. So let's start with COVID stats. The state is experiencing a surge, and we are in purple. Now, the directives from the governor, public health, county office of ed, they do allow schools in San Mateo to continue to provide in-person learning for preschool, childcare, learning hubs, and TK through 6th grade with a waiver. Our reopening plan, since the last time I believe I told you that it was updated and approved. I'm not positive, I'm losing track of time a little bit. The waiver that's required in the purple tier has been also submitted. Now, the waiver is all based on the reopening plan that we already wrote. There's no new information in that. By submitting the waiver, you provide the district with maximum flexibility. So then the district can decide whether they want to reopen or not. The next slide, please. So I'd like to start with the class assignments for elementary school and SDC. Staff and families have shared their preferences for distance learning or returning to school. Elementary and special day class assignments are being generated and will be posted prior to winter break. Now, I do want to speak to this point here. Class numbers did not work out in perfect groupings. In order to make this work, transition to new class assignments will need to be done for all elementary and special day class students on the date when the first classes return to the school sites, which is presently set for January the 19th. Originally, I had said that we would have a transition time for TK, KN1 and SDC, then another for the 2-3 and another for the 4-5. Unfortunately, because of the way classes are being grouped throughout the school and throughout the district, that's not going to work. So it will be one transition right now set for January 19th. Okay. We also have a plan for middle school. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to David Chambliss because he will present the information on middle school. David?
Yes, good evening. Good evening to the board and community. I'm going to spend some time going through where we are in our middle school thinking. I wanted to begin that discussion by just reminding you of the information that was approved back on July 16th by the board, and to just kind of locate us in that plan that was put in place that evening, which was for middle school, that we would plan for distance learning with the implementation of strategic support cohorts at the schools. So, and just to clarify the thinking at the time of what did we mean by small cohorts at school, again, with a teacher or a distance learning support mentor, we were focused on our special day class students. We were focused on particular vulnerable student groups like our newcomer students and our homeless and foster youth. And then we were also talking about the needs of our sixth graders who were new to our middle schools, and how we might be able to build community and connection to their school through a rotating type of cohort. So again, this was the plan that was launched as of July 16th. And then Peter, go ahead. What we've implemented as of this date, of course, we've been engaged in distance learning since the start of school, which is including synchronous and asynchronous instruction, the new kind of block schedule that we've implemented this year. And of course, in terms of the instruction itself, the consolidation around Google Classroom as our learning management system and the implementation of several new curricula. With respect to strategic supports for middle school students, at this point, our strategies for identified struggling distance learning students, the in-person supports have been focused on the handful of Learning Hub classes that we have launched. And then we've provided online supports through our counselors and of course, teacher office hours. And the community and connection strategies have focused on SEL lessons. So you can tell, of course, there's elements of the plan that was adopted back on July that we have not yet fully implemented. And so we want to share that planning with you this evening. So, of course, going forward, the plan at this point is to continue in distance learning for our middle schools and to launch the strategic support cohorts that were approved back in July. So we've reported already that the Special Education SDC students who elect to come back onto campus will, as part of the broad set of TK to 8th grade SDC students, they'll be returning to our middle school campuses on January 19th. We're proposing the development and implementation of academic cohorts for struggling students that right now it's proposed to begin on February 3rd. And I'm going to go into some more detail on this in a minute, but just to give a quick, that these would be in-person and online cohorts where a group of students would be matched to a core teacher based on the teacher's assignments, again, either to in-person learning or distance learning. And by using the term core, we're meaning specifically the core academic classes of math, science, English, and social studies teachers. And then we want to implement what we're calling rotating cohorts, emphasizing community and connection to be implemented a few weeks following the proposed February 3rd launch of the academic cohorts. And here, the rotating cohorts would be supported by, call them non-core teachers, basically our elective teachers, other certificated staff, PE teachers. And these would be in-person opportunities for groups of students to come on campus and engage in community and connection activities. And we are fleshing out some ideas around in-person after-school enrichment activities, and the planning on that continues. So let's talk just in a little more detail about the elements of this, these strategic cohorts. So first of all, coming back to the middle school special education SDC students, right now, as you all know, of course, we're finalizing the parents' in-person choices for their students and staffing assignments and doing the matching of the students who are requesting in-person with staff that are assigned. We're in the process of scheduling the transportation of those students. The expectation at this time is that the day of instruction at the middle schools will follow the current bell schedule that we have in the block schedule. And then here's an overview of the strategic support cohort recommendations. So starting from the left, again, the idea of on Wednesdays, let me emphasize that the academic cohorts will come onto campus. And the process will be one where teachers working with site leadership will identify students who are not already supported in learning hubs to join us on campus. And we would create weekly cohorts. And again, by cohort, we're again working with that recommended physical distancing size of up to 14 students with potentially, in some cases, two teachers. So that would be a group of 16. And that students would come on campus if the parents had so chosen. But if parents did not want their students to be on campus, we still would want to implement an online support. These would be occurring on Wednesdays so that the regular instructional day would turn to a fully asynchronous day for all students. And then these students would, as we said, who are identified for additional support would either be on campus or online, getting intensive support from our core content teachers. And some of the identification criteria are listed there. Of course, students who are struggling with low grades or poor attendance. We also want to identify students that fall into key equity categories and may have specific needs because of that. So again, students, for example, who are English learners or newcomers, are homeless or foster youth. And then kind of the broadest net would be at our middle schools where the care teams have already identified students who are struggling for a variety of academic or social emotional reasons, and there would be recommendations from the care team. Then there is the Wednesday rotation cohorts. So the idea would be, again, on this asynchronous Wednesday that we would develop a strategy for rotating groups of students onto campus to be supported by our elective and other certificated staff. There's a variety of ways we could do this. We could start, which actually is immediately permissible under the waiver. We would start with our sixth graders and perhaps do 3 or 4 weeks of just sixth graders coming onto campus on these Wednesdays to engage in community and connection activities. We could also do it where, 1 week would be 6th, 1 week would be 7th, 1 week would be 8th. We're still working through exactly the flow of that, but we'll be working that out as a set of middle school leads. And then finally, the enrichment activities cohort is really just thinking about ways to have small teacher teams create in-person activities after school. These could be assemblies, clubs, or orientations. Again, the thinking here, of course, since it's after school, This would be extra time for teachers, and they would be paid on time cards. And this, of course, would be students who would be interested in volunteer and select to be part of these activities. And of course, the groups would be small and socially distanced. Go ahead, Peter. So to give you a sense of what are the next steps for implementing these strategic support cohorts, there's some details in here that we need to meet with our SMETA and CSEA leadership to work through what exactly would an asynchronous Wednesday look like, or any other working conditions that would need to be negotiated. We would want to finalize the Wednesday bell schedule. What times would students be on campus? What time would they leave? Of course, we need to finalize the strategic supports cohort student lists, again, based on recommendations from our staff. This probably will involve some additional surveying of family. We wanted to just let our middle school families know we would need some additional detail outside of what we were able to get through the recent surveying through the parent portal. And then, of course, once we have those lists identified, we would match those students with the in-person and distance learning staff assignments to determine whether a cohort is in fact in person on campus or online. And then, of course, we need to finalize the rotational cohort schedule. And I mentioned this question of which students would come what weeks. We are proposing to launch the academic cohorts on February 3rd. We would expect to do a lot of learning from those academic cohorts around key sort of health and safety protocols and other transportation, any sort of relevant adjustments that we might have to make before a few weeks later we would launch the rotational cohorts. So that is in summary the thinking of moving forward with the plan that was originally adopted in July and is now, to be fully implemented starting in February. On a separate track of thinking, we want to make sure that we share with you. We're of course hearing a lot of questions from our community about, well, what about hybrid for the middle schools? Why are we not considering, like we are with elementary, going to a hybrid option at roughly the same time that the elementaries are? So we thought this evening what would be helpful would be to spend a few minutes revisiting the original hybrid options that we laid out to you in the summer, and connect those options as we discussed them then to some more recent analysis we've been doing of other districts' middle schools. For example, Hillview Middle School in Menlo Park City School District has been identified by a handful of people as an interesting model. So we want to sort of situate what we've learned about that model, and then also share some of the learning that we have. We've been engaged with leaders in the San Mateo Unified High School District and their proposals. And as we've said all along, particularly it's important to think about how our middle schools align with the possible options at the high schools. And so we'll talk a little bit about that as well. Go ahead, Peter. So reminding you of these graphics may look a little familiar from the work that we did this summer. So back in July, we identified 3 kinds of hybrid options that basically kind of summarize the available options to us. The first is what we call the grade level cohort option. And basically this was the idea of splitting each grade level into 2 tracks and creating with those 2 tracks, 2 cohorts, a cohort A and a cohort B. And this created a smaller cohort than obviously normal, under normal conditions, where depending on the size of the middle school and the grade level, the cohort that students and teachers would be interacting with would be anywhere from 125 to 175 students. And the idea was that they could come on campus for 2 days a week, not unlike the elementary schedule, but that they would go through the course of the day, moving and mixing in the typical middle school schedule, but as a cohort, as we said, of 125 to 175 students. There are some strengths and challenges to this that we identified. Peter, if you would go ahead. So some of the real advantages of this particular grade level cohort model is that it would allow very good continuity when we return full time. The schedules would stay the same. We wouldn't have to completely remaster schedule. So there'd be good continuity there. It would work with our current staffing, which of course is a very important criteria, meaning we would maintain credential assignments and the number of teachers that we have. And it also would follow the same 7-period schedule that we have now. The concerns, of course, which were surfaced immediately and last summer, is that that cohort is large. It's 125 to 175 contacts. Last summer, the board judged that, and we agreed that was too large and was not safe, and so we rejected that as an option. But at different points we could come back. Certainly it's a question for the current purple stage that we're in, but certainly we could make a decision once the numbers turn better that we might think that number of contacts was acceptable. Just to say, in the block schedule, that would mean a student would see each teacher once a week. We could always adjust the block schedule to a 7-period daily schedule, which would increase the number of contacts to 2 days. Now, we've had questions raised from the community about some recent work that the high school district has done and shared the models that they have. We want you to know that we have analyzed those models, and it's important that both the board and our public know that the options that the high school district is proposing right now fall within this grade level cohort model, meaning the high school district is not proposing strategies that would have cohorts smaller than 125 to 175 contacts. So there would be alignment if the high school went in that direction, and we did as well. But we just want to make sure that both the board and the community knows that the high school also is wrestling with this question of size of cohorts, and also has not yet solved for a cohort that could be much smaller than the size you see here. Peter, you can go ahead. So then we also looked at, just to say, trying to think about ways to get to smaller cohorts. There is a version where you don't split a grade level into 2 tracks, you split it into 4, which gets you down to a cohort size that's much smaller. The challenge, of course, though, is that then kids are in school 2 days for every 2 weeks. The pattern of the day and whatnot is the same, but instead of 2 days per week, it's 2 days every 2 weeks. Peter, if you'd go ahead. So I started to mention, some of the advantages and disadvantages. It's certainly fewer contacts than the model we presented as hybrid A, the first. There's a 7-period schedule, a lot of continuity, some strength there, and still some folks argued, well, 60 to 90 contacts is still too much. In fact, as mentioned, it would be in school 2 days every other week. We are seeing some examples of this across the country where, the argument is that this is a successful model. Back in July, it was felt not to be appropriate for our district. Of course, we can revisit that if the board and the superintendent feel it's something that we want to consider. Go ahead, Peter. And then the third hybrid model is so-called classroom cohorts. So this is where we split each grade level into self-contained classrooms. And when kids come on campus, they travel together in a group of no more than 15. And so they take 4 to 6 classes on campus without any mixing, right? And this is, that would mean like for your typical grade level at one of our middle schools, there would be sort of somewhere between 8 to 12 groupings of students at every grade level. And there's strengths and challenges with this. Go ahead, Peter. Of course, the number of contacts is ideal. It's quite small, it's stable, and it is in that respect offers sort of the best safety. In our district, however, it presents a number of challenges. One, with our current staff, we would have to ask some teachers to teach outside of their credentials. We just simply couldn't create the cohorts and give them separate classes without asking some teachers to teach outside of their credential. Also, because of the manner of maintaining the small, stable cohort, we would not have enough teachers to teach all the classes that would be needed. So we would have to hire an additional 15 to 20 teachers. That's again across all of our middle schools. Some of the electives even still would have to be done in distance learning, thinking band, particularly because of the inability to mask up. We also would have to make some program alterations. There would be some, call it homogeneity in these various groups, such that we wouldn't want to isolate our EL or newcomer students in one cohort. So we basically have to dismantle those, which frankly would be contrary to ed code. We'd have to rethink the electives we offer. There'd be shifts that would have to happen in compacted math and our immersion programs. And then of course there wouldn't be continuity with when we returned full time. I would like to note, because there has been some discussion, as I mentioned, of Hillview Middle School. We reviewed the master schedule and talked with the leadership at Hillview, and looking at their schedule and how they've organized it. They have a much larger cadre of elective teachers, which adds some flexibility. They don't have distinct ELD classes or newcomer students. So there's some advantages to their model built into the demographics and the master schedule program that they need to offer there for. So I just wanted to make sure folks were aware that we have analyzed that model. And again, for us to implement the example of Hillview's schedule, we would have to address these concerns that are outlined here for hybrid C. Okay, Peter, go ahead. So given this, we're not hearing, but of course, open to consideration from the board and further discussion, we're not hearing consensus around any of these hybrid models. And so that's why you have not heard from us a recommendation that we move to the hybrid, but rather at this time, we think what's appropriate is to continue the plan that we laid out in July to continue with distance learning and to get the strategic support cohorts started as of early February. Dr. Rosas, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. And we'll have opportunity for questions in just a moment. Peter, would you go to the next slide? I had just wanted to bring you a couple of notes on health protocols. Testing for the staff through Curative does start in December. I've given you some of this information before, but I did want to let you know that it is starting. And the screening app is now in process with Frontline. And staff and families would use that daily. So vendor work is finalizing. The next screen, I also wanted to bring up the thermal scanners, which you heard about, and also to let you know on the HEPA filters, we have 700 HEPA filters are in the district and being distributed. I think there was some confusion about how many go in a classroom. There are 2 go in each classroom. So 250 more are on order, and there are more available if we need them. We think these will cover all the classes that are going to be in person, but like I said, if there's not enough, we can continue. Now, of course, most important, these HEPA filters are helpful, but most important is to really work on filtration and air conditioning through Measure T. And that is already in process. And we'll be bringing you information on that as quickly as they can give us an assessment of what we need to work on. I did want to let you know that there was a medical panel that presented information on how to return to school safely, and many of our staff and families were able to attend. We had received the link very late, and I sent it out immediately. So that was on a Monday. I mean, we got it on a Monday. It was on Monday night. So I have asked if the County Office of Ed could set up another panel with us, collaborating with our district, and they are working on setting up another one of those panels in either December, so before we go on break, or possibly if they can't gather it that quickly, early January. And then we do have a panel set up for staff to attend in January prior to the reopening date. So I think those things are helpful when we start looking at all the logistics at each site. So I was asked by the board to present some information about communication patterns. So Diane Willoughby and I have worked on this, and she's available for questions if you're interested, but I'll walk through it with you. Some folks have asked me, will our childcare and learning hubs continue as we reopen? And our intention was always to maintain our childcare learning hubs. And I'm understanding from our community partners that they are going to try to continue theirs also. So I'm meeting with them individually to find out exactly how they're going to move forward. But we will send information about this during the week of December 14th through 18th to families. So there are many aspects to that. It has to do with our class assignments and then the assignments in the hubs and the AABB. So we're expecting to have some information for our families at December 14th through the 18th. Also, as we said, we would be posting the class assignments prior to going out on winter break, and also bring a district handbook for return for staff and students, families, prior to winter break. Now, after you get back from winter break, there'll probably be another handbook or some updates that will come from the site, because they'll be site specific. So as you come back that week of January 11th to the 15th, maybe some site-specific information. At that point, we would want to get the registration to the screening app up and running, and start sending out schedules, site logistics, transportation, all of those things. So those should come in that week of January 11th to the 15th. Next slide. Now, these are our board meetings. And so we've been in a pattern of sending out information after the board meetings, presenting what was, writing out what was presented, and providing links to important documents. Now you can see that we only have scheduled one board meeting in January, and there may be a need for more information. So as we've written at the bottom, there may be additional updates. We've done many additional ones, but this is our pattern that we're trying to ensure that we do. And then of course there is information on our homepage, which pushes out to all our school site homepages on updates. And there we do, of course, use social media for anything, any key dates and events. And go on to the next slide. So these are the targeted reopening dates. We had talked about January 19th for TKK1 and SDC. We talked about February 1st for grades 2-3, then February 16th, 4-5, as long as everything is going well. And then sometime in February, the reopening of this Wednesday plan for middle school. Now, you had asked me, what are other districts doing? And so I have been in contact with each of the superintendents, and I'll share what I know at this point. Can you share that next slide? So there are 7 districts that are that have some in-person instruction going on now, and they are continuing with that as they watch for further guidance. 2 districts were planning to open in January, and that includes us. 2 districts had been planning to open in January and have decided to wait for a 2-week return to the red tier. So in other words, they want to go to the red tier and after 2 weeks in the red tier, reopen. There are 5 districts who were thinking about January, but who are either waiting or considering waiting. So some final decisions haven't been made in all these districts for returning in the orange tier. And then there is one district that's set a date. They set March 11th. I don't know what it is about March 11th for them, but they set March 11th. And then there are 6 districts that are really still in conversation. Either they're still in negotiations, or they're still talking with their board, or they're still talking with their community, and it's not 100% clear which direction they're going to go. So you can see that district decisions vary, and I think it varies depending on different logistical pieces, different logistical issues within their own district. For example, as David was explaining, the Menlo Park middle school program, you can see that they have certain parameters that they're working with that are different than our parameters. So I think that each district will be somewhat different. There is a legislation that's in process right now. I don't know how soon it will move through, AB 10. It is a basically that a district, once it is in red, would need to return in some fashion. And so some fashion is not clear to me yet. It would have to return in some fashion within 2 weeks. So there looks like there's some legislation maybe coming down our way related to return. So tonight, we bring you a lot of information for your consideration on the middle school and then the reopening. As far as reopening, I know that we were planning reopening before we went into purple. So, we can continue. We will be ready. Everyone is moving so that all pieces of the puzzle will be put in place for a January 19 return for TKK1 and special day class. So all operations will be ready for that. Some of the districts are looking at maybe revisiting statistics after the winter break. Some districts would, as I showed you, are deciding to wait. So I present the information to you about middle school and also about the reopening across the county for your discussion and conversation. Staff is seeking direction, if you can give that this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Rosas. So let's do clarifying questions and then public comment and then discussion. Do we have any clarifying questions?
I had a few questions. Dr. Rosas, you mentioned earlier in the presentation something about January 19th and one transition. Could you say that again, what that meant?
Okay. When we first started talking about reopening dates, and we said we would have to put the students into new assignments, some will be distance learning, some will be hybrid. Actually, some decided they wanted to stay with their teacher, no matter what it was, right? We needed to do the assignments. I thought that we would be able to send out those assignments, but not make the transition until the time that that grade was going back. So that, for example, on January 19th, if we follow our pattern that we have, January 19th, everyone would know what class they're going, what assignment they have prior to winter break. But January 19th, I had said that TKKN1 and SDC would make the shift. And then the 2 weeks later, grades 2 and 3 would make the shift. And then 2 weeks later, 4 and 5. Unfortunately, it's not exactly working out that way. We're seeing class assignments that are crossing grade levels like 1 and 2. So you can't make a shift for TKK1 and SDC. That's completely separate from 2 to 3, which is completely separate from 4 to 5. So I guess in a perfect world, it would, but it isn't working out that way. So we're going to have to, on January 19th, all of the elementary plus special day class will need to make the shift to their new teacher. So thank you for asking for clarification.
Okay, so I was thinking everybody had to just go to school that day, but you're saying that even the older students, like second and third, they'll be switching, they'll be in distance learning, but they'll be with their new teacher, is what you're saying,
Correct.
right?
They wouldn't go to school that day. Okay, thank
Right.
you. Yeah, no, they wouldn't go to
Yeah.
school that day, but they would have to switch to their teacher because potentially their teacher could be at school with a first grade. It's just playing out differently across the district.
That makes more sense. Thank you for
Yeah,
clarifying.
sure.
And then also, would you mind speaking a little bit? I guess one of the things that I always think of when I hear that we can do things like after school or we can do community type things, why are we able to do middle school after school but not during the day? And just like some more clarification around like what the thinking
I would
is
have
there.
to ask David to respond to that.
Let me make sure that I understood your question. So let me go back to the 3 cohorts.
Yes.
The academic cohort would be doing during the school day. The rotational cohorts would be during the school day. It's only the 3rd, that enrichment cohort, that we're looking at, which is really just an opportunity to think about bringing kids on campus sort of in an elective after school choice fashion. That would be after school. So, so let me stop there. Am I clarifying, or can you ask your question again? I want to make sure I'm being clear.
Yeah, no, it's clear. I think for me, I'm just thinking if they can come after school, why can't they just come during the day? But I see it's just for very specific activities. Now
Yeah.
I'm reviewing the slide again, so thank you.
Well, remember that your teachers are teaching during the day. And so we do have to make a shift on Wednesdays. And so this was allowing the teachers to provide something beyond the day.
Okay. I think that's all the clarifying questions I have. I'll save the rest for later.
I have a couple clarifying questions. I can start with middle school since we were just on middle school. SDC, just to clarify, this is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, full day.
So when you say full day, these have always been
matching the current schedule, but that would be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, correct?
It's a hybrid. It could be AABB. It depends on the number of people in the classroom, the needs of the students.
For SDC at middle school?
Correct. And then it is a morning program. Basically, it's I don't know the exact schedules of each school, but like 8:30 to 12:30, for example. And then they do their grab and go lunch and go home.
Can I add, Dr. Rosas, that the goal would be the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday schedule, but some classes are too large for everybody to be together for, so we'd have to think about that hybrid alternating schedule for where classes are too large.
Yeah, we've talked about that before, that if they have too many students in the classroom, but students and adults, that we would have to break it into the hybrid.
All right, but the intention is for it to be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and some of that will be dependent upon how many parents, families, et cetera, are actually going to opt in to being in person.
Correct.
Do we have what those numbers are for middle school right now?
So everyone has
Percentages?
turned in their preference, and staff have turned in their preference and needs, and the site administrators working with the special education staff are putting together those class assignments. We do not have final assignments yet. We do not. In
general, at middle school, do we have like a general idea, a percentage of students and families that are interested in a return to in-person?
I'll have to check. I don't have that number right here tonight.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I wonder about that because I did have a question as well around some of the concerns around the hybrid C model. And I was wondering if some of those concerns are based on full attendance, and which of those concerns would no longer be concerns if we were looking at 25% of kids, right? So I think knowing which model to go on, and this I guess is turning more into a comment, is dependent upon how many kids we're talking about. So do we know when we will have those numbers?
Well, we have the numbers. I don't have them here to share with you right now. So we can pull those numbers. Now, you're asking specifically about special day class.
No, I'm asking about I'm asking district-wide, but right now my questions are about middle school. So I'm asking about middle school specifically.
Mm-hmm. So I have those numbers, but I don't have them right now. So okay. I'll have to get back to you with that.
Okay, great. I had a question around, I'm still with middle school. How many students do we anticipate will be included in the academic cohorts? How many students have we identified as needing the additional support? What do those numbers look like?
Yeah, so that actually, that's a bit of a toggle back and forth. So we have identified a great number of students that at this point, and schools are still doing this, that we would like to recommend to the academic cohorts. We think we can accommodate all of them. It's just a question of whether they would be in person or online, depending on their choices. So we have to, the math is the number of students that we've identified for this support, the number of core teachers, and then we have to look at the choices that families made about in person or at home, and the assignments that staff have about on campus or distance learning. So we're working on those numbers right now, but our expectation is that we should be able to support the number of students that we've identified. It's just how it breaks out, we're still working on.
Okay. And then can you clarify why those cohorts are, I'm assuming it's similar to the answer to Allison's question, but the academic cohorts would only be 1 day per week?
Yeah, so the idea is that this is occurring during the school day. So we felt that we could take Wednesdays, which is already a shorter day and has a full 7-period schedule, and we could most successfully transition that to a asynchronous day for all students, which would then enable teachers to be available to support students in the academic cohort. or the rotational cohort for that matter. So trying to figure out how to provide those supports during the school day was a key piece, because we've seen with the learning hubs, and this is especially so, we've talked with our high school colleagues about this. A lot of students, even though they're identified for needing the hubs, are opting out of them, whereas doing it during the school day, we could make it in effect part of their schedule.
Got it. Okay, and then switching gears a little bit, kind of still around, I guess, the equity piece in our cohorts, but elementary. So I know you talked about it quite a bit in middle school and the focus around the academic cohorts. We know that there are still many students at our elementary schools as well that are not being serviced in learning hubs or in other ways. I mean, outside of distance learning and the school site supports and all those things that we know are happening and that we hear about. But where does that fit into the reopening in general, in terms of, we're hearing about large percentages of kids that have been identified as needing learning hub and a very small percentage that are currently in learning hubs. Where does that fit in this plan?
I think that there may be encouragement to come back to school if the family is comfortable with it. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, David.
No, I think this is part of the details that we're still identifying. So for example, with the shift in the instructional schedule, how will we make sure that, for example, English learners get some of the key supports that they need? So we're tackling that right now in terms of recommending a structure to the day. So that's one place where we're working on it. And then we're having to look at the time at which students are at home. So let's imagine a cohort, they're in school Monday and Tuesday, and then Wednesday, of course, all students are in full-time distance learning, and then Thursday and Friday, that a cohort is at home. And that would be a time when, while they're doing asynchronous learning, we can push in with additional social emotional supports, for example, from counselors and other targeted interventions directly to kids. So, so that's a second layer of support for students with identified needs.
Okay. And that's for middle and elementary.
Yes, you could, yes. So okay. Simply yes.
And then I have two health and safety questions. One is, I know that testing is a minimum of once per month. What increases that number? So what makes, is it by request? Is it by, how does that work?
Anyone can request for additional testing, and we can make that available. And we're actually, the reason we're piloting the program this December is to find out how long does it take, how cumbersome is it, because then we can look at potentially moving to more frequent testing. Sue Weiser has probably been the most involved in that aspect. Did you want to bring up anything else about that?
Yes. Well, as Joan said, we are going to be testing staff next week. And the nurses have set up a process. Some of it will be, we're trying out the drive-by testing. We're also trying out the walk-up outdoor testing. So any testing will occur outside or drive-by. And once we get that in place, what we are looking at is to do more frequent testing for people that will be working in person. And we hope to do that every 2 weeks. And then there are others who are not going to be working in person frequently. We would do that a minimum once a month. But we hope to get to the point where we can go ahead and offer, more frequent testing as there's been legislation that's been passed about, insurance companies paying for testing, so there should be no cost to employees, or the district would cover it. And we're working with our testing company to make sure that we have enough test kits for people in person to be tested, at least every 2 weeks. And there is the possibility that if we need to have more frequent testing, say, for example, if we do have, say, a positive case at a school site or a work site, and we do require more frequent testing, then we would be able to do that as well.
And then I have one other health and safety question. Thank you for clarifying that. That's helpful. I was just wondering if I was reading correctly the plan around preparing sites for challenge or for challenges for to go back to campus. It was that in the communication? Is it communicating about how sites are prepared that's happening the week before, or sites are being prepared to return the week before? There was something around site logistics.
No, so prior to leaving for winter break, we want to send a district handbook about protocols for being on site. So it'll have a listing of all the kinds of things that district-wide you should see as you return to your site. Then when the sites go back, they may have additional site-specific information that they're going to send out. So, for example, they might say that grades K are coming through this gate, 1 is coming through that gate. So site-specific information will come out then after winter break, so that people will know the logistics for their specific site.
Sorry, let me clarify my question. When will the actual sites be ready for return? Like markers and
basically
classrooms?
Before we go out on break. And then when we come back, we'll just make sure, go back through it one more time, make sure everything's up and running, right up and ready.
Okay. Before break.
Now, did I speak incorrectly? I mean, my whole cabinet, executive cabinet here is monitoring that work plan, because we have every single week something that we're working on, but basically the sites will be prepared before we have to head out. Is that correct? Nobody's answering.
So I can respond to, I mean, so, obviously each one of us has different areas that we're in charge of, but sites are preparing, they're marking, they're putting up the signage, they're putting up the markers all over site. It should be done prior to winter break. And then when we come back, obviously, there may have been rain, or, and we're going to have to double check to make sure that all of our, signage and our, markings and everything is still up. But many school sites have been working on preparing the sites.
Those are my questions for now. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just had just a couple of clarifying questions. Just in terms of, to reiterate, thank you. There was a lot of information there, a lot on middle school and a lot on the health and safety and the class assignments. Generally, just following up on Trustee Proctor's question about the class assignments, from my understanding, right, the goal of the target of January 19th for opening, what we did the survey, we asked, the parents and the families, do you want to stay with your teacher? Do you want to go with hybrid? Do you want to do distance learning? The principals have all been working really hard over the last couple of weeks to get all those assignments. We should be hearing, according to the schedule, we should be hearing the new assignments before winter break. And per our previous board meeting, you had said that we would change at every grade level, but what you're saying is the numbers didn't work out. It didn't work out. And so everybody is changing. If you're going to be assigned to a new teacher, everybody's changing on January 19th. I just wanted to make sure that
so if that's the reopening date that that's the reopening date that's set. And so if it is, that's when everybody would change. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to
Yeah.
clarify that because that's
I
it.
guess I should say elementary and special day class. I mean, there's no
Yes.
change. Right. Okay.
Yes, thank you. And then just in terms of middle school, you were talking about numbers, and during the survey, I think there was some comment about, we did ask middle school parents about whether they would send their kids back to school. So we have a general idea of
Yes.
some numbers.
Yes, we do.
And
Yes,
if
I'm
we
sorry
were
I
to
don't
move-
have them right here, but
That's-
David, do you remember the actual question? I can't remember the exact question. I think it was to authorize your child to return if an on-site program was initiated, something like that.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, yeah, sorry, not having a middle school child, I didn't pay
Right.
attention to the middle school survey part. And so then in terms of middle school, right now with the shelter in place situation, we're only authorized to go back, it's only K through 6. Is that correct? So technically 7 and 8 couldn't go back right now at all. Is that correct?
Not in that manner. You can
Not-
still do a learning hub under CDPH guidelines. So the urgent learner, so the hub that's more for the academic struggling student, that can fall under your CDPH guidance for urgent learners, and that can open.
Great. So we don't necessarily, so just in terms of the waiver, we have submitted, it's basically almost carbon copy of the reopening plan, maybe with some minor tweaks. From my understanding, we already have submitted it and we're just waiting for approval. Is that correct?
Correct. So it's actually, there's no tweaks. It's literally the exact same information. I just wanted it in a different format. I don't understand it, but we did it. It took just several hours to pull the information and readjust. And I do thank Diane Willoughby for sitting down and just quietly doing that so that it could be completed. So yes.
Okay, thank you. And so then whatever we do about middle school, do we have to amend our waiver in any way, assuming we're not in shelter in place or stay at home order?
So, I will, once we know more about your direction, I will update the reopening plan about what the plan would be for middle school. And then I know that they aren't going to allow, very many students on the campus at the middle school level, and they really only want 6th grade, but we can continue to go forward under CDPH guidance. So I know this is a lot of technical speak, but I will submit all the proper paperwork as soon as I know your direction.
Sure, okay. And just so to clarify the middle school plan as it is today, from my understanding from the presentation and everything, we're sort of falling back to the smaller cohorts, something that would qualify under the CDPH, which is California Department of Public Health, guidance of the cohorts. We're looking at February 3rd as the date for the academic support groups. And then according to the slide, 2 to 3 weeks later, we would then have sort of this rotational Wednesday. And that is the plan at the moment. And then, is that correct at the moment then?
So
Yes.
the rotational piece would be the question of what tier we're in.
Yes, okay, assuming what tier. Then I'm assuming between now and the middle of February, when let's say that the rotating Wednesdays start, we are going to nail down essentially what hybrid plan we would want, essentially. Because it sounds like you presented the 3 hybrid options, the ones that we saw earlier, and the ones that now we're analyzing with other districts. And so we have to now decide, whether or not what hybrid plan would work, assuming we are going to go to a hybrid plan. Is that correct?
So you will have to take a look at whether you wanted to add anything further. Right now, we find that there are some real challenges to those different hybrid plans. The first one being far too many contacts, the next one being still a lot of contacts, and the not very much time on campus for the amount of contacts. And then your situation where we have really specific programming needs of students. So, so there's always give and take to everything. I think our recommendation right now is to really move forward with Wednesday because it's something that could be done. But I would defer to David as to whether or not I've captured that properly.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Let me just frame it just with some additional detail. So we would have to, as a community, agree that we are comfortable with the larger contact numbers, right? So that example of 125 to 175, that could be done based on what are our conditions at the time in February or March, for example. So we'd have to agree we are comfortable with that. That's the model that we could implement within our current staffing and our current budget and our current state of distance learning. The option to go to the small stable cohorts could only be done with additional hiring and the commensurate cost of that. So just to be clear, we would have to hire additional elective and core teachers in the middle of the year, somewhere between 15 or 20 teachers at the cost of potentially $2 to $3 million. So actually $3 to $4 million. So that feels unrealistic to us, and that's why we're not recommending that as an option.
But that cost actually isn't a full 3 to 4 million because we're really only doing it half the year. So you're actually prorating it theoretically, right?
Yes, but you're hiring people in March. And so depending on their status, you're committing to them after the March 15th date to another year of employment.
Yeah, I get you.
It's into the following year.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Yes. Okay, so just to summarize, it's February 3rd. After 2 weeks later, we're doing the rotational Wednesday, and that's the plan at the moment. And what we have to decide is to come back and figure out what to do about hybrid.
The tier, remember the
tier.
rotation?
Yes, and sorry, based on the tier. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Wait, question on that. So are we talking about the urgent learners as well?
Urgent learners can come back under CDPH guidance at this present time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I just one last question. We've been receiving a ton of email, and one of the questions that I was curious about is have we looked into the testing of our students during the return? I know we have a plan for teachers, but I know it's come up in the past, but I was just wondering what the current thought of or the current direction is of student testing.
So students, we cannot mandate a student to be tested. We provide resources for the families to go for testing for families. There is, however, a pilot that is being considered by the San Mateo County Office of Ed for student testing. And so I don't know what it's going to entail, but I asked them to include us in whatever information that, whatever that might be. So we are trying to find out what kinds of options there are. So at the present moment, you can't mandate student testing. We don't do student testing. We can refer families to places where they're doing family testing, which of course they're doing them locally. For us, it's local. It's right down at the event center. But I did ask to be part of the information gathering related to a pilot for student testing. I have no information yet.
Fantastic. Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to ask that. Those are my clarifying questions. Thank you, President Corso.
Anyone else with questions?
I just had one more thing to say about the middle school, I guess the Aries question. I think if we, as we start to think of like how do we go past this Wednesday rotational day, and we actually look to like getting into these cohorts, I think the question was kind of like, do you want your child to come on campus for like support or some, it wasn't really geared towards like any specific hybrid model or anything like that. So I would just say, I think we have to do some further surveying there, because I don't think it is clear yet, like what that looks like and what it means.
And that's why that was listed in the slide, because staff completely agree with you that if we are going forward, detail is important for the families to know. Just as with the elementary, they knew very clearly what it was, or AABB, and basically what the instructional schedule would look like. So we would want to do further survey, but we do have a general idea, and I'm sorry I didn't bring those numbers of how many people are even interested.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to public comment, and let's do 2 minutes here. Thank you.
Okay, all those who would like to make public comment on this particular item, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom now. Okay. President Corzo, we have 14 and growing. You said 2 minutes, correct? Sorry, President Corzo, you're confirming for 2 minutes. We have 20 hands and growing. Yes? Okay.
Yes.
All right. First we have, and again, my apologies to all if I mispronounce your name, Ms. Spitzer. And then after Ms. Spitzer will be Julie.
Hi, I am a teacher at Lead Elementary, and I'm speaking on behalf of a group of teachers at Lead. We're speaking because we are not satisfied with the response to our concerns from district leadership. Our main priority is always our students and our school community. And we have some concerns that the current reopening plan is not equitable and comprehensive when it comes to addressing the specific challenges in our school community. First, Black and Brown people in low-income families are dying from COVID complications at a disproportionate rate. Since a majority of our families identify as Hispanic or Latinx, and this community has the highest COVID rates of any subgroup, we want to make sure we provide a space that is healthy and safe. Because of this, we're concerned that families who did not fill out the Aries reopening portal, they're being defaulted to the hybrid model. We do not feel enough outreach has been done to determine whether these families actually prefer the hybrid model, and the data we receive does not help us identify which families might need that outreach. One of our other main concerns when it comes to safety is that there's a discrepancy between what families are being told, what teachers are being told, and what is actually happening. For example, we're worried about the transparency of communication when there's a confirmed COVID case at a school site, as has been previously mentioned. We also feel there's a lack of clarity around the mixing of cohorts within a site. We know that our students will be interacting with students from other classroom cohorts when they're on the school bus, in Annex, or in a learning hub. We don't feel that the current chain of command is adequate considering these factors. We are urging the district to address our concerns in order to ensure a safe and equitable return to in-person instruction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Julie, and then after Julie will be A. Graham. Julie?
Good evening. I want to start by echoing what Ms. Spitzer said. I agree, equity needs to be addressed. Today, I want to share with you that I went onto my school campus today for my staff picture, and while I was there, I was able to meet a student in my class who was also having his picture taken. It was the first time we had met, and I cannot express to you enough how much joy that moment brought to me. I think I speak for all teachers when I say that we long to be with our students again when it is safe, but we are not ready. We will not be ready by the 19th. We do not have an actionable plan. We have, at best, a plan to have a plan. For example, tonight was the first time SMETA teachers had heard this middle school plan that was presented. What was presented to us tonight was a unilateral change in working conditions for middle school teachers and is a violation of labor law. This is an example of the district overpromising to the community and leaving the teachers holding the bag when there are issues that cannot be safely executed. There are many safety aspects that have not been worked out or made actionable yet. We do not have an agreement that we can present to SMETA members to be voted on. And put simply, SMETA will not go forward with an incomplete plan that jeopardizes teacher or student safety. We simply won't. Today, there was a PD for teachers to unveil aspects of the hybrid plan. As an example of the district's current level of planning for opening, not all teachers were even able to attend because the Zoom call reached capacity. Those that could not attend the PD were told to watch the recording on their own time. Those that were able to access the meeting were told, we're going to start and then get better. This is not a plan. No matter how well-intentioned that statement may have been, it runs completely counter to the idea that we are ready for any of this. Oh, by the way, we are also in the middle of the surge.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have A. Graham, and then after A. Graham will be Raina. A. Graham. A. Graham, you may need to unmute yourself or provide your device access to your microphone. Okay, why don't we do this? We will try to come back. Next, we'll go to Raina, and then after Raina will be Melissa. Raina?
Hi, I'm a middle school parent. I'm just going to be addressing middle school issues. This middle school plan, it's not a plan, it is a Band-Aid. It took 4 months to implement your plan from back in July. I have absolutely no confidence that you will be able to get our kids back in a hybrid even by August of 2021. I don't know what the district needs to see to make that happen. I'm thinking that you are waiting for our kids to be vaccinated, which will not happen at the earliest until fourth quarter of 2021. I have lost all confidence in this district. I'm going to have to start exploring other options for my kids, which is heartbreaking because I love diverse public schools. I also would like to point out that Biden has said that he is trying to secure funding for all of our kids to get back into school after he is inaugurated. So he wants everybody back in school within 100 days of his inauguration. This is a national priority for him. So if that happens, if he can get funding, we are going to be here and we won't be back in school because we don't have a plan. Regarding hybrid C, I know many teachers who are perfectly qualified to teach outside of their credentials, and I think that you're elevating balanced classrooms above getting our kids back in school. You do not have the numbers of the kids who want to go back. I don't know when that Aries question is from, but you can bet that a lot more people don't want to go back now because everyone is freaking out about COVID. And if you want to know how many of us want to go back, you could just survey us. It's really, really easy. I'm asking the board, you're our only hope. Please do your job. Tell them they just need a freaking plan. That's all we're asking. Also, this is a crisis. We might have to spend more money. That's what happens in a crisis. Hello. And please, can I have my vote for Measure T back?
Thank you, Raina. Next, we have, well, let's try. We have A. Graham. This is the person from before. A. Graham, are you there? Okay, might be having technical difficulties. Okay, we'll proceed. Let's go to Randy. Then after Randy will be Marcella. Randy?
Good evening again. So I have tons of concerns, but I'm going to limit my comments just to the health and safety portion of the presentation that you were given. And specifically, just to provide context, I'm a parent and only a parent in the district, and I am on the site return committee for my younger child's school, which is a K through 5. So I request respectfully that the brand and model or models of the portable air cleaners that have been procured be provided immediately for the public so that we can know more about those. These are what are also referred to as the HEPA filters. And then regarding, I'm not confident that the logistics have been really clearly imagined. And what I'm talking about is regarding this health screening app and then these thermal scanners. So how do you plan for this to practically keep campuses safe? So what I mean by that is logistically, how does the school site supposed to make sure that a student passing through the thermal scanner has also passed the health check on the app? Wouldn't this require a lot of personal intervention at the scanning point? And that personal intervention could potentially involve close contact. So will you please ask the representatives from the district, the cabinet, what they're imagining about this? Because this certainly hasn't been pushed down to the site teams so that we can make a plan for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next we have is Marcella. Then after Marcella will be Amy. Marcella?
Hi, good evening. I am a parent of an elementary schooler and a middle schooler, and I am on the elementary school site reopening committee. I have one question. If the January 19th plan is moved back, I'm wondering what will happen with the other start dates and if the middle school will likewise be pushed back, or if middle schools, especially those that don't have an elementary school, will be considered differently. I do believe that we should always have a plan to return, but it would be helpful to consider specific criteria for reopening and closing outside of just kind of gut feelings. I haven't seen that yet, and in the absence of that, I believe we should continue to plan. I want to appreciate the fact that middle school was finally on the docket since July. I am disappointed that there was no planning when parents have clearly asked, students have asked, and I don't mean no planning. I know there's work in the background, but I feel like the plan that was submitted today, I am grateful that it targets our students who are struggling the most, and I'm absolutely willing for my daughter to receive fewer instructional minutes in order for the other students to gain special and additional access. I would want to know more information on that socialization aspect and why I question why something so relatively small has taken so much time to implement. I know there are a lot of moving parts, but I know that a little contact goes a long way. My daughter got to pick up her materials from her homeroom teacher today, and spending that little bit of time at a distance masked was so exciting to her. Her teacher created community with this bit of time. That loss of in-person instruction was palpable in that moment. Superintendent Chambliss mentioned that we would come back to this, this idea when we weren't the middle school, but I believe that we should plan to be prepared from the beginning. Rena's comment about funding, if that funding comes, then we should really consider middle school coming back in a different format. And finally, Trustee Watkins and Allison, Trustee Proctor asked in their clarifying questions about middle school who wants to come back. I want to be very clear. Middle school parents were not asked if we were interested in coming back in hybrid learning. So we do need to be asked the basic question. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Next, we have Amy. Then after Amy will be Vivian. Amy?
Hi, good evening. Yes, thank you for bringing up, especially to the Board of Trustees, thank you so much for your middle school questions. We need more of them. the district needs direction. Please demand answers from them. Our next board meeting is January 21st. Oh my gosh, a month and a half away. We need the numbers, we need a plan, and we need them by January 21st. We cannot wait into February. This much time has been spent on a plan that I think brings back the lower level kids only and kids that are not attending or failing, which is great. They should have been doing that in September, in October. We missed an opportunity there. But now 80% of the kids that are, surviving, they don't have a chance to come on campus. My son won't have a chance to come on campus because he is not failing and he is not absent, but he's struggling in other ways. So I appreciate this plan. This is one thing that should have been done months ago. We need a return to the classroom plan back on campus, and it can't take 4 to 5 months. Looking at plans from last spring or over the summer, those hybrid plans, it's insulting. You can't spend the time to come up with a new hybrid plan. Just look down the peninsula. Ralston Middle School has a plan. The only reason they bring up Hillview is because all the parents told them to look at Hillview. But now look at Ralston because they have a plan. Spend the money. You're spending money. We're switching over to Zoom from Google Classroom. How many thousands of dollars is that in a contract? Spend the money on the teachers, not the Zoom. We don't need distance learning for the remainder of the year. And don't be fooled. Dr. Rosas and David Chambliss are trying to influence you to choose distance learning for the rest of the year.
Thank you, Amy. Next, we have Vivian. Then after Vivian will be Emma. Vivian. Vivian, are you there?
Can you hear me? Yeah,
yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm the parent of an elementary school kid. I have 3 questions. I'm still not clear. And no matter what, on January 19, will all the kids switch to a new teacher regardless if the school's open for hybrid learning? That is not clear. We do not understand when the switch is going to happen and if it's dependent on the school opening. My second question is, what is the criteria? After all these meetings, we're still not clear. What is the criteria that's going to be used to open up the schools again? And the third one is something that many parents have been, we have been discussing. It is not clear to us if a child tests positive, how does the school find out? Is that a personal decision of the family to let the school know, or how does that work? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Vivian. Next, we have Emma, and then after Emma will be John. Emma?
Thank you. I have a letter written on behalf of 10 staff members from George Hall Elementary. Dear members of the school board and families, we are sharing this letter to air our grave concerns regarding reopening in the midst of our ever-evolving pandemic. Teachers have been asked to do the unthinkable over and over again since March. Teach from home, learn new curriculum a week before opening in the fall. Don't worry, don't overthink, study and learn all new protocols. But you are now pushing us to do the most daunting task yet, to put our lives and our families' lives on the line. With your decision to push the reopening plan when we are in the midst of the most dire time of this pandemic, your message reads that students are more important than you. A parent voiced a strong opinion at a recent board meeting. No one under 30 dies from this, so I don't know why we're not going back. The average age of teachers and staff is well over 30 years of age. We do sign releases each year acknowledging that if there is a catastrophic event, we will stay with our students until the bitter end. But we have been asked now or demanded by families to teach in person with a raging pandemic that is getting worse by the day. To open up classrooms, even at half capacity, with daily cases in the tens of thousands across our state, is irresponsible and tone deaf to our current state of emergency. META members are being told that the district has their health and safety at the forefront, yet details of multiple COVID cases at the learning hubs have many of us questioning the honesty of promises made. Some parents and staff connected to the learning hub sites are reporting they did not feel properly notified of the exposure. For us to have faith in the district needs more transparency. Our hospitals and healthcare workers may very soon be outpaced by this deadly virus. It is up to us, our community, to be the front line. Let the tsunami that is COVID die at our feet as we stand together by remaining distanced in our homes, keeping vigilant in our fight. We implore the school board and the families to reconsider the waiver. This is not the time to open to expose our students, staff, and community this way. Now is the time to make the hard decision, to keep our doors shut, to keep our students and staff safe. We miss normal, we miss our students and our colleagues, but we would rather miss them than lose them. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Okay, next we have John, and then after John will be Yasu. John?
Hi, thank you. I appreciate that staff have begun to address a reopening plan for the middle school. And I just want to respond to those that insist on more or less immediate in-person learning for middle school. It doesn't look like it's safe to do it yet. And it doesn't look like it's actually permitted to do it yet. I agree that hybrid plans A and B are unsafe, and apparently they're not permitted at this point. So planning to do that when it's not yet permitted, given the tier we're in, doesn't make sense for the foreseeable future. And it appears that the hybrid C is not workable within the resource constraints that we're facing now. So I would encourage staff to do what they are doing, which is to plan for what's feasible in the near term. Distance learning appears now to be the default, and it may be the default for the rest of the year. Putting our resources into hybrid options that may not be legal would be disruptive at this point. I do support using the limited resources that the district has for in-person learning for middle school kids, for the equity groups and the struggling students, and those resources should be deployed there first in a way that minimizes health and safety risks. So I appreciate what staff is doing, and I just want to speak up on behalf of a cautious approach here that doesn't just dive into a plan for in-person learning across the board for middle school that's probably not feasible and certainly is not safe. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Next, we have, again, my apologies for mispronouncing, Yasu. And then after Yasu will be GP. Yasu?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, first of all, I wanted to say thank you to all the teachers and the staff, school staff, the board and the district for being cautious and flexible in providing the learning during these conditions. I just had one question, and I know you guys can't answer it, but if the school is planned to be open on the 19th and the board meeting, the next board meeting is on the 21st, and if we need to push back the opening date, when is that going to get decided? If it needs the board's approval to push back, then we're definitely opening on the 19th because you guys are not meeting before that, right? So if that, if we're opening on the 19th, we are opening on the 19th. If it's getting pushed back, it's getting pushed back. But if we can, it'd be nice to have an idea of when that decision might be communicated to the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have GP, and then after GP will be Rhiannon. GP?
Good evening. I am speaking on behalf of the teachers of Fiesta Gardens. My name is Griselda Fuerte. I'm currently a second grade teacher. So board members, Dr. Rosas and community of San Mateo, Foster City. On behalf of the Fiesta Gardens teachers, I'm here to share our grave concern over the current proposed reopening plan, where students and teachers will be shuffled. At least 50% of our students will be placed with different teachers, which poses a significant challenges on children's social emotional state, something we are extremely concerned about, and it will happen across the district and other schools as well. Research shows students experiencing trauma desperately need school to be their safest, most predictable, positive setting. During this traumatic time in our country's history, they need safety, predictability, not the chaos, confusion, and disarray that would result from switching teachers mid-year. We are also concerned about teachers switching mid-year. Learning in a curriculum is challenging under normal circumstances, let alone a pandemic. It takes time to become familiar with curriculum standards and learn the developmental needs of a new age group. We have worked hard this year to build community with our students. We have pivoted, improvised, attended webinars, professional development, added tools to our toolboxes, hours to our days to ensure that our students feel safe and secure in our virtual classrooms. It takes time to build community and establish good relationships with our students and families. Reshuffling will impact student learning and will have academic time lost. How is this equitable or trauma informed? It will instead add academic and emotional stress, not to mention physical stress of being in a confined, enclosed space with poor ventilation. We have tried to stay positive and maintain a unified front since March, but it is hard to ignore the negative impact this plan would have on our community. We are asking you to reconsider this hybrid plan for reopening and do so when it's safe for all teachers and students to go back together, as it could have a devastating effect if it's done before it's safe. And incidentally, the current hybrid model has 3 days every week that resemble today's schedule, where you meet with your students for 30 minutes and they are alone for 3 days.
Time has elapsed. If you could please just go wrap up your thoughts.
And so I just wanted to say, keep that in mind. The hybrid model has 3 days that resemble today's elementary school schedule. Morning meeting and no other interaction with your teacher. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you. Next, we have Rhiannon, and then after Rhiannon will be Jay Carson. Rhiannon?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Hi, my name is Robert Hansen, and I have 2 kids in the school system. I'm here today to advocate in favor of hybrid learning and pursuing more in-person learning. One point I like to make, and it's already been called out earlier, is COVID is not going to go away. When the clock turns 2021, it's not going to go away. I wish it would, but it's not. With the vaccine projections, depending on what article you read, the U.S. is projected not to get herd immunity till like late 2021. If we wait till late 2021 to go back to in-person school, that would be 2 years of no students on campus. That would be a disservice to all students. At some point, basically, you have to cross the bridge of going back to in-person in some form where it's hybrid, and that step has to take. Where it happens in that timeline is, why we're all here. But I know my kids would benefit greatly from hybrid learning and working towards more in-person learning. I'm here again just to advocate for the hybrid. And I want to thank the superintendent and the board for putting together a plan. I know there's some comments here how the plan is not perfect. No plan is going to be perfect. This is an evolving situation. It's never going to be perfect. If you roll out and go to hybrid learning, you can always roll it back in a heartbeat. You could just stop it like that. It goes out, happens all the time at everyone's workplace. If COVID hits or there's a surge, you stop it right then and there. But if you stop it now and you don't go to hybrid learning, we're never going to get there. At some point, we have to cross that. And I'd like to thank the school board for all their hard work and the superintendent. And thank you again.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Jay Carson, and then after Jay Carson will be Christy. Jay? Jay, because you're using an older version of Zoom, this is going to promote you to a panelist, and then it'll drop you out of your Zoom and then re-enter you back in, okay? There we are.
Thank you. You know how you love my old Chromebook, huh?
Go ahead.
Thank you all. The first thing I want you to know is that the presentation tonight that was in the agenda is actually not in the agenda for the 3rd board meeting in a row. So if we could get that, whatever we're presenting into the public agenda, at least on the morning of, I understand they're usually being worked on till the bitter end, that would be really helpful for the public. Second, I think it's critically important that you discuss the idea of going to full all asynchronous Wednesdays for middle school as a concept, right? Because this rollout plan, that's one of the main things that it has. I'm struggling with why we don't have more on-campus cohorts, why our newcomers wouldn't be coming on campus 4 days a week, why some of those struggling students wouldn't be having more on-campus time. And then of course, this is only a stepping stone. Of course, we are not advocating for hybrid learning in January or even February. But when we hit a color, whether that color is orange or that color is yellow, someday we're going to get to those colors. And we have to have a plan. And we know that it is taking 3 months or longer for us to get these things together. So putting a plan in place right now and negotiating it is in fact the right thing to do. Whatever hybrid model we want, we should pick it so that we can plan it for the right color tier. Finally, just about every other middle school in the peninsula will have already come up with their hybrid plan and approved it by before Christmas. So if you want to investigate all the rest of them, I've got Taylor, I've got Ralston, like all the other middle schools already have their plan starting for January.
Thank you, Jay. Okay, next we have Christy, and then after Christy will be Daniela. Christy?
Hi, my name is Christy Knott, and my daughter is a 6th grader at Abbott Middle School. I first want to say thank you to the district, the board, and the school sites, both the administration and the staff, and especially to all of the teachers. They're working so hard, and I am very happy to report that my daughter is having a very positive experience. In July, when the decision was made to go to distance learning for the school year, it was a big relief to our family because that meant that my daughter would have a middle school experience similar or basically the same as her peers, despite our family's choice to keep her in distance learning all year based on the predictions of what the course of this pandemic would look like, which are coming true at this time. In November, in the survey, middle school parents were asked if I would like, the question was that, would you approve on-campus learning if your child needed academic support, which I said no to because that was our choice. But that question was in the survey. I am very concerned about, so my family's choice is to keep my daughter at home for the entire school year. I appreciate that that has been recognized as an option for anyone who chooses that. I'm very concerned about the hybrid C option. I'm concerned about all 3 of the hybrid options. Hybrid C, specifically around teachers working outside of their credential area. It is not to say that I don't think that they could figure it out and do it, but we have asked so much of our teachers already. It is not a fair ask, and it is not fair to the students. The students will not have a positive experience or as good of an experience as they need. It's not worth the difference. I'm very excited about asynchronous Wednesdays for middle school and think that will be a really good thing for everyone. And I'm most concerned about the teachers. I want them to, they are at their best when they feel safe, valued, and respected. Students and teachers need consistency and predictability. So let's listen to what the teachers say they need and want in order to best teach all of our kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christy. Next, we have Daniela, and then after Daniela will be Molly. Daniela?
Hi. Last week, I emailed the board and Dr. Roses and got a response today. I really appreciate this, but honestly, my questions were not answered. So today, I would like to share my thoughts again with all the community. I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of teachers from my kids' schools and other schools. I have talked to friends who have talked to their teachers as well. I can say with confidence that more than 80% of the teachers and staff are scared of going back to in-person model in January. Sadly, we were asked to share our decisions before cases started to surge, not only in California, but nationwide and worldwide. I want to know, how are the teachers being listened to and supported with schools reopening? Why are they being forced into a situation that is stressful, dangerous, and that will benefit just a few and damage so many? My personal decision was made ever since the pandemic started, and I'm grateful for being able to decide what's best for my family, mental, and physical well-being. But despite that, you're disrupting more and more the sense of stability and normality we have created for our kids with distance learning. They know their teachers, they have a routine, they have a new normality, and we will be taking that away as well when they have to change teachers and classmates again in the middle of the school year. But this is not about me or other families staying in distance learning. This is about how or are all the efforts to reopen being made during the worst part of this pandemic. If cases in March were nothing compared to today's numbers, and most likely today's numbers are pretty far from where we'll be in the next weeks or months, what is the urgency behind this? Why are all our efforts not focused on helping those who really need it and not those who just want to go back to normal life? We all want to go back to normal life, and this will only delay it for everyone. How many lives are we willing to risk and sacrifice just to make privileged families happy by reopening when we know just specific cases really need to go back in person? What if a teacher's reality just changed during this time, or what if they will be risking their family members' health when being forced back to go back? Can teachers change their mind just as numbers keep changing every single day for the worst? Data about schools not being infection places is simply not valid anymore because we haven't been so far in this crazy amount of numbers of positive cases, hospitalizations, and with ICU reaching capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Next, we have Molly. Then after Molly will be Colleen. Molly?
Hello, I'm a middle school mom with a son at Abbott, and I do appreciate everyone's work. And I know it's been a tough year, but I just want to reiterate, I'm really still very disappointed that we don't have a plan for middle school. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying I want to plan for January. I don't even know if I want to plan for February, but we need a plan so that when we're in a safe time, whether that's red or orange, and we feel comfortable moving forward, we're not starting from the beginning. And to me, it's very frustrating to have presented plans from July. Well, that was 5 months ago. So we mean in 5 months, we haven't looked at any new data regarding safety protocols, what's working in other districts. And we're still relying on plans back in July that we didn't think would work. Why don't we come up with a new plan that we think may work? And I know this is a crazy idea, but actually ask for input from parents, and even crazier, input from teachers. We keep doing these things in a silo and then unveiling them as though we have been transparent with the community when you have not. And I feel like, we tell our kids when they take a math test, you don't get full credit unless you show your work. I'm asking the district to show their work and their thinking so this can be a more collaborative effort, so we can come up with a plan that can be executed when safe. I don't think any parent wants their kids to go back when we don't think it's safe and it makes sense. But to have no plan at this phase is very, very frustrating. And I almost fell out of my chair when Rosa said that they've surveyed the parents. You guys haven't. You don't even know how many parents want to go back. So you don't even have the data. So to have no data at this point for middle school is crazy. So all I'm asking is if we can focus and get a plan, and you can figure out the timeline later. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Next, we have Colleen, and then after Colleen, another Daniela. Colleen?
Good evening, everyone. Our family's choice thus far has been to remain in distance learning. I've got an elementary student at North Shoreview, and I've got a middle schooler at Abbott. Big difference in how both schools are tackling education. If we felt that we had a more solid option for hybrid and understood more about how this would work, we may consider other options as time goes on. But right now, we are looking at distance learning for the immediate future. My biggest question, honestly, is how will distance learning improve during the hybrid model time, particularly for our elementary student, but even how will it be different for the middle school students? I've spoken with our principal by email, actually had sent an email as well to Alicia Hennigan, emailed our teachers. There's a vast difference between how the schools are tackling distance learning for elementary school. There's a wide variety of live instruction versus asynchronous learning. My particular child has maybe an hour of synchronous learning every day. Everything else as a fifth grader is on his own. I find this very unsatisfactory. It's not okay. There's not enough live instruction. What I don't understand is how live instruction and distance learning is so very different from live instruction during normal times, pre-pandemic. I don't understand why that can't be replicated now. Honestly, I don't understand why you can't do a bell schedule with elementary students. We are very happy with how things are going with our Abbott school. They've done a fantastic job with maintaining the bell schedule. I mean, our hats are off to them. And I don't understand why that can't also be imposed upon elementary. I never have heard back as to why we're not using recorded lessons from other schools. I know my time is up, but at least it would give more time to my student in elementary versus 3 hours of asynchronous time a day. This has been all year. It's very disappointing.
Thank you, Colleen. Next, we have Daniela, and then after Daniela will be Jessica. Daniela?
Good evening. I'm a first grade teacher in the district. Over the last 9 months, we've heard many pros and cons of distance learning. We have listened to the various changes that the district has proposed. Teachers have not just adapted to teaching online, but we've embraced it and made it an engaging experience for our students. Now, with the return to hybrid learning upon us, many details per school site are not worked out. Teachers are feeling demoralized. I am tired, sad, and scared. We are being asked to finish teaching our current classes on Friday, January 15th, and teach a new group of students and possibly a new grade on the following Tuesday, January 19th. There is no transition time. Not just to set up a distantly safe classroom, but to learn a new curriculum and create meaningful lessons for our students, both in the classroom and those learning at home. I want you to know that a return to in-person learning will not solve the concerns brought up in these meetings. School will be extremely different from what any of us are used to. I'm going to say that one more time for parents who want to send their children back. School will be extremely different from what any of us are used to. I'm asking you to hear the concerns of the teachers that are going to physically be in the classrooms trying to teach all while keeping our students safe. Finishing this school year in distance learning with the same students and routines is worth the overall sacrifice for all. Lastly, I want the board to know that teachers were never given a preference as to if we wanted to return to in-person teaching, as was repeated multiple times earlier tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Daniela. Next, we have Jessica, and then after Jessica will be Melissa. Jessica?
This is actually my son, Gabriel, who's going to talk. Go ahead.
Hi, and good evening to all of you. My name is Gabriel, and I'm in 5th grade at George Hall Elementary School. I don't think 5th grade should go back because of many reasons. First, well, I've stayed with the same kids for the past 6 years, and I would like to stay with these kids for the rest of the year. And this is our last year. Also, I like distance learning. I like distance learning because of many things, such as it is faster. In addition, in a study done on age-dependent effects of the transmission of COVID-19, published by Nature magazine on June 16, 2020, children aged 10 to 19 are much more likely to get and transmit COVID-19 to others under age 10. Since fewer class members want to return, there is no reason to break up our 5th grade classes where all students are aged 10 to 11. We want to remain at home learning with our same teacher to finish our elementary school career. Lastly, currently almost 15 million people in the United States have tested positive for COVID-19 and almost 300,000 people have died. To conclude, my 5th grade class is doing great. I am learning, making progress, and connecting with my classmates and teacher. There is no reason to send 5th graders back to school in any format. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Next, we have Melissa. Then after Melissa will be Yolanda. Melissa?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Melissa.
Awesome, thanks so much. Wow, how do you follow a natural speaker and advocate like Gabriel? Oh my gosh, so unfair. I am Missy or Melissa. I'm a 5th grade teacher in the district. And I just wanted to use this very valuable 2 minutes to restate and call attention to what I feel is a quite obvious lack of transparency from our district team during this meeting. I think it's a great example of how the board and the parents and any listeners here tonight are often fooled, whether intentionally or not. At 7:55, Joan Rosas said that each site will be ready and prepared to reopen prior to winter break. Sue Weiser mentioned afterwards that sites are working to prepare for reopening. These are 2 vastly different statements, and I wanted to shed light on what they actually mean in reality so that all who are listening are not blindly pursuing a hybrid model just on good faith. Today, I joined our site reopening team meeting, which lasted for over an hour, where we were able to discuss creative ideas to grow excitement on how our students will re-enter our school for the first time ever, TK and K, first time at school potentially. And just how this is just how they will enter into the school building. This is one unanswered question that our site needs to deal with on a list of hundreds of details that we are asking to be fine-tuned, apparently by December 19th. So math there might suggest that thousands of hours will need to be spent to iron out details that keep our kiddos safe and still loving school. If it's not already obvious, the excess of these meetings means that teachers are being taken away from students. They're taken away from trying to plan, reimagine exciting distance learning lessons, taken away from meeting with them one-on-one, taken away from them connecting with their children. I was taken away today from parent-teacher conferences with a district that is committed to the San Mateo Foster's whole school and all schools in San Mateo Foster School or Foster City, that they're committed to educating, inspiring, and empowering every student, every day to live, lead, and learn with integrity and joy. It just feels like that has been gone out the window, and it's been eschewed to responsibility on the sites. Just in case you're taking notes, we've heard from many teachers tonight, 3 of which were representing over 30 voices, all expressing major concerns over reopening before we are ready, which we are not. Thank you for your time. Sorry if I talk too fast.
Thank you, Melissa. Next, we have Yolanda. Then after Yolanda will be Joy. Yolanda?
Hi, I am a parent of a middle schooler at Abbott. I'm wondering why we waited so long to talk about middle school altogether. Although my daughter is excelling academically, she is still needing some sort of connection to her school. Today, we had the chance to go to Abbott and pick up some items. She was so super excited at the opportunity to just see her teacher in person. That 2-minute drive-through we did was like the subject of dinner. She told her soccer teammates about it. She was so excited about it. So, I mean, although she doesn't need, and maybe other kids do, need more time for academics, I would at least like to see some opportunities for some of the kids to connect with their school, actually see what their teacher looks like, even if it is just for a few minutes. I think it makes such a difference to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yolanda. Okay. Next, we have Joy, and then after Joy will be Brigid. Joy?
Good evening. First, it was Halloween, and we hoped it would turn out okay. It didn't. Then came Thanksgiving. We know how badly that went, and we're seeing the repercussions of it now. So now come the winter holidays and New Year's. The idea of January 19th doesn't sit well with me. I work in a Bay Area district. We are not back in person, and yet HR is telling us they are getting reports of more and more cases from staff. And I know there have been quite a few families on my site alone that are reporting positive cases. I know of one colleague who had it and got it from their asymptomatic child. I remember a month or 2 ago that Trustee Chin said that you can't ask teachers and students to come back if you as a board aren't willing to meet in person. I expect that you will be starting to meet in person by then. I don't envy the position you're in, don't get me wrong, as I know exactly what you're going through. I know I'm not alone, but I also know I'm not speaking for everyone when I say my son has had an exceptionally great experience. I want to thank and acknowledge his teachers, from his gen ed teacher to his PE teacher to his music teacher, for doing an absolutely spectacular job. I think you as a board need to hear how amazing they are. I adore this district. I grew up in it. I started my career here, and I am a proud parent here. It is my child's 5th grade year, and yes, wouldn't it be great to be with his friends? However, he gets that we're in a pandemic. Of course, he misses seeing his friends in person. He misses playing football with them, baseball with them, having lunch with them. But he knows how many people can be affected if he's exposed. It's not just his grandfather that he lives with, but his teachers, both current and past, that he worries about, and friends that he knows are at high risk. He's told me that is the sole reason he doesn't want to come back yet. All I'm asking is to make the right choice, the safe choice. Do what's right for our children and for our teachers. January 19th doesn't need to be the end all be all. Why are we married to this? Why not shoot for spring to end together in person if allowed? We have one opportunity to do it right, and this is the time for our district.
Thank you, Joy. Next, we have Jessica, and then after Jessica will be Krista. Jessica.
Hi there. I just want to take the opportunity to say, I get that there are people who are having a great experience, and I just want to stress that our district is wonderful because it is giving parents the choice to keep their children in distance learning, to opt in for hybrid learning, or to stay with their teachers. The ability to have that choice is what's so wonderful. It's privilege. I heard this word before. It's privilege that allows for the desire to remain in distance learning. It is the children who don't have the privilege of mitigating their risk in any other way, of having the ability to have a meaningful online distance learning experience that need to be back in person. Attempts have been made to teach remotely, and I think we can all agree it's not working. If it's working for your family, that's great. Again, you have the choice to distance learn. It's not working. The community is only as strong as its weakest. And if we can't support the children who need to be back in the classroom, we are failing. We are working off of outdated guidelines that don't reflect what the medical community knows of today. And while I appreciate that there are those who are risk averse, bottom line, teachers are essential. And at some point it has to become a risk reward scenario. And at this point, with the layers of safety and the science available specific to COVID-19, it is possible to keep teachers and students safe from spreading the virus at school. Teachers have not been asked to do the unthinkable. They have been asked to do the same as every other essential worker in a much more controlled environment. I agree transparency is crucial for them, but we can't, I'm shocked to hear that anyone, let alone a teacher or a parent, would think that more trauma or damage would be done to a student to change teachers than to not have school at all, especially if it's because it would benefit your child to not have to change a teacher.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Krista, and then after Krista will be V. Krista.
Hi there. I have 2 kids at North Shoreview Montessori, which I would like to say is doing an amazing job with distance learning. I can't give the teachers more applause. It has been amazing. I am here to speak as a very concerned parent, not just for my kids, but for all our amazing children and incredible teachers and staff. I understand everyone is working hard to do what is best for our children, our teachers, our school staff. Therefore, I need to ask why, at the height of a pandemic, would we choose to bring back our children and teachers? Things are getting worse. Let's send them back and hope for the best. That's not okay. There isn't enough data out there on children and COVID. There aren't a large amount of kids being tested because they are asymptomatic. Therefore, they're not getting tested. Sally goes to school, Sally comes home. Parents get COVID, Sally's asymptomatic, she doesn't get tested. There isn't transparency. Parents could be desperate to get their kids to school like we've heard. Therefore, not being honest about COVID contact or risks. Teachers afraid of being sick, how are they going to teach in the classroom and be focused and at their best? We're so worried about our kids. Why aren't we worried about another big change, going back to school, new teachers, middle of the year, new friends, new regulations, new rules they have to follow? They aren't going back to a normal school, anything but. And I don't think we're being honest with our kids about that. No contact with friends, no lunch sitting with friends and talking and sharing snacks. Recess, running together, hugging to greet each other. That is not going to happen. It's a yo-yo back and forth. People are going to get sick. They're going to have to shut their doors again. How are you going to explain to your child that their teacher is sick and won't be coming back? How do you think that will affect them? Will there be counseling available if they lose their teacher? Heaven forbid their parent or another friend of theirs? How will we come back from this? And then go back as a yo-yo to distance learning again? Why instead are we not focusing money and time on getting kids with special needs, low-income households that have no parent able to be home or child without internet? Let's get these kids in a better position for learning. Let's help make distance learning even better and get us through this incredibly difficult time together and stop being against each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Krista. Next, we have V, and then after V will be A. Graham. V.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm very disjointed, so I'm going to be bouncing out everywhere. So I do second all speakers today who support not reopening. I'm going to switch again. The middle school survey consisted of one question. It basically asked, do you allow your kid to participate in on-campus opportunities for learning? This was asked without clear explanation of what the survey question encompassed. Along with that, I was helping a parent over Facebook, so somebody I don't even know, where she updated her Aries account and then still did not have this survey question available in her account. I wonder how many other parents could not find this survey question or did not even have it available in their account. I seriously do not think that the middle school parents were adequately surveyed. So any data that you have, I don't know how encompassing it is. I do second Kristen Knott's thoughts on the hybrid models. I'm happy that we have a plan for elementary school, but I don't feel January 19th is the best time to implement this plan. If we are still at 80% capacity at our hospitals and while we are in the purple tier. One parent said to reopen, and if we surge, then we back off. But how do we measure a surge if we're already in the purple tier? I am interested in hearing more from Colleen. She mentioned something about schedules that worked. Maybe that needs to be investigated into while there's planning going on. I'm appalled that teachers do not get more input in all of this. They have done an exceptional job in adapting and making the distance learning experience for my kids in middle school and in grade school, in elementary school, exceptional. Why are we not giving more respect to this effort that they have given? Joy said it right. Why are we married to January 19th? Why are we not considering pushing it back? And then just one last thing, it was not very clear on whether if we are going to push back the reopening, whenever that happens, if the assignments for teachers will also be pushed back as well. That's it. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. One last thing, Gabriel. I just want to say thank you to Gabriel for speaking tonight. Thank you for having the courage to come and speak your thoughts.
Thank you, B. Appreciate it. All right, next we have A. Graham, and then somebody identified as KW. A. Graham.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. It worked this time. I just wanted to reiterate and support thoroughly the comments that were made earlier by the speakers, Jay Carson, Jenna Carson, and Amy Platts. I agree that we are in purple tier. It is not a safe time to start a plan like any of the proposed plans for either elementary or middle school. However, what we are trying to get the board to react to is this has been going on since March. We are all well aware of that. We know that we are in a peak time right now. I would not want to have to go anywhere near a hospital, of course, right now. However, we need to get planning such that when we are out of this purple tier and when the hospitals are not overloaded and that the caseload is down, we are ready to jump on campus. Whenever that may be, it might be March, it may be April, it could even be May, but we cannot wait any longer. We need a plan. We need perhaps certainly even maybe more than one plan. We need teacher input, parent input, just like the high schools did. They turned themselves around, and as you hopefully all were present last night at the high school meetings, they have a plan in place that did not take months to develop, but they worked on it thoroughly for a few hard weeks with a number of important inputs, and they pulled it together. And when the situation is safe, the high schoolers will be going on to campus. That is what we need for our middle school, and there is no excuse if all the other schools on the peninsula, most of which have many, many similar demographics and challenges that our middle schools have. Let's not make our district the embarrassment of the peninsula. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have KW, and then after KW will be Clifford. KW.
Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kelly Westberg. I happen to be a parent of a 7th grader at Abbott Middle School. I'm also a teacher in the district. As in my role as a parent, I just want to thank all of the Abbott teachers and staff. My daughter is having a fine time in distance learning. Of course, we wish that she could be back on campus, but it's not safe. So I just hats off to all her teachers and their work. She's having a good year. In my role as a teacher, I'm calling, I think Gabriel, I'm so glad that he had the courage to call in. He said it best, he's bonded with his teacher, his classmates. It's very worrisome to me that we will be thinking about making a huge shift for kids to be moving to potentially a new teacher, a new learning environment, new classmates. I just think that we need to rethink that. And also, I don't know that people really understand that in this hybrid model, if you are a family that's chosen the hybrid model, you've chosen 2 days of in-person learning, 1 day of distance learning as we currently know it on Wednesdays, and then 2 days of asynchronous learning without interaction necessarily from a teacher. And that's very troubling to me for our 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, especially those children who are identified as vulnerable. They're going to be home learning with or without supervision and not have that teacher support. And so I'm very, very worried about those 2 days where those kids are not going to have contact potentially with a teacher. I would rather that we wait until it's safe for everybody to come back on campus, or at least if we're committed to equity like this board has really indicated, that we realize that equity is not everybody getting the same thing. It's everybody getting what they need. And our vulnerable kids need us, they need their teachers, and they need contact with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, next we'll have Clifford. Then after Clifford will be Kirsten. Sorry, Kirsten. Clifford.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Clifford.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank Gabriel from George Hall for speaking up on such a dynamic platform like this. I'd like to speak on behalf of teachers within the Bay Area. This district is filled with professionals in their field of study, much like doctors and nurses are within a pandemic. I'm a teacher by profession and have worked previously in San Mateo Foster City School District and currently work in another Bay Area school district. I wanted to speak to acknowledge the incredibly difficult work that teachers have done throughout the end of the last school year, and especially during this school year through distance learning. The inability to have a prepared plan is actually, I'm sorry, it's laughable at this point in time from the board. The board and district is responsible for various factors that influence public health and safety. Pushing for returning to in-person learning is inefficient. I want to reiterate that a comment made by 9 p.m. by another speaker, there is no actual ability to weigh risks versus rewards in a pandemic. The risk is death. And I'm going to actually reiterate that and state that one more time. The risk is death. If you are not prepared for the death of a student, the death of a teacher, or the death of another community member simply because you want time within a building for your child, it is important to know that that is the risk versus the reward that was spoken about. Teachers have made virtual communities that are valued by their classes, but are clearly not being valued by the board. We have made virtual communities throughout all of our teaching communities, and being pushed to go back into a community that clearly is not being valued is discouraging. And the board has a chance to really not take the comments about being an embarrassment to heart and being able to clearly see what the community wants. I'm out of time, but I respectfully thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Clifford. Next, we have Kirsten, and then after Kirsten will be Sandy. Kirsten?
Hi, my child is a student at Lead Elementary, and he is doing so well and has made great progress. He loves his teacher. All the teachers at Lead Elementary have just been fabulous. And when I told him that he had to switch to another teacher because we were doing this hybrid model, he started crying. And my question is, I understand so many kids are struggling and parents say they're having a hard time, but what are we asking of our teachers to send them back when it may not be safe? I feel sad that our culture does not value our teachers the way they should. And another question I have for parents who are listening, do you understand that when you go back to the hybrid model, your child will have 3 days of asynchronous learning? How do you feel about that? I talked to 3 parents today who were unaware of that and decided to change their mind. And another question I have is, why was in the portal when if you didn't answer the question, the default was the hybrid? A lot of our parents, they're not able to access the hybrid either due to the portal, due to trouble navigating it, due to language or tech issues. And those are the parents and the kids who are most at risk of getting the COVID due to statistics. Maybe we should change that or send out another survey. That's all I'm asking. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Kirsten. This is just a reminder for folks that are in our audience today. Every agenda item, everybody gets the opportunity for their 2 minutes, and for that 2 minutes, and we saw a couple hands of those that have already spoken, so I've lowered those and I apologize, but it is a proper procedure for a timely board meeting. So just as an FYI, everybody gets an opportunity, but only one opportunity per agenda item. Okay, next we have Sandy, and then after Sandy will be Amelia. Sandy?
Hi, I just wanted to call. I feel like every call has kind of been on one side tonight, and I just wanted to call and represent the other side and just kind of let the board hear that there are tons of us that care deeply about our teachers and still want to do the hybrid because we think it's best for kids to be back in the classroom and with their teachers. And yes, we understand what the hybrid model looks like very well. So people don't need to keep calling and saying that. We get it. It's still what I've chosen. I still care about my kids' teachers. We are not sending them into a crazy COVID lair. We are sending them into a controlled setting with PPE, with a lower number of kids, with people spaced, with kids in masks. There are schools that have been back in person since October. There are learning pods that have been back the entire year, and there is not spread happening there. It is not a dangerous situation. We wouldn't choose that if it was. We can look around us and see that when we follow the 4 pillars, it's working. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandy. Next, we have Amelia, and then after Amelia will be Jean or Jeanne. Amelia.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. So my name is Amelia Tarantino. I am a teacher at Burrell Middle School. I'm gonna start crying because I'm about to get a little personal. So our families are very privileged to be able to have the choice to choose between distance learning or having our Wednesdays. Teachers do not have this choice, and it's not safe for us to return. I am a relatively healthy person, but my mother, who is dying with stage 4 brain cancer, is not healthy. And because she lives in another state, I cannot get the waiver saying that I can stay distance learning because she's in another state and I don't count. So I have to put an accommodation in asking if it's okay for me to stay distance, and I'm not guaranteed that. That means that if something happens to my mother who is dying, I cannot immediately come to her and teach my students at the same time, which because of distance learning, I've been able to do multiple times. If I am having to be forced to return to a physical classroom, I am seriously going to consider my options if I am going to have to return, because I will choose my mother over returning to my classroom and returning to my students who I love dearly. But I don't think it's right for you to be asking us to return right now during a surge when we are seeing COVID cases showing up in our classrooms. We are trying to follow the 4 pillars and we're still seeing things happen. It's not safe, it's not right. And thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. Next, we have Jeanne, and then after Jeanne, it looks like maybe Arlena. Jeanne.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I have 2 students at Burrell. We're clearly in distance learning, and I have much to say after what I've heard this evening, but I'm going to limit it to requesting that the board take serious consideration to having a middle school only forum. Since the summer, I have found these to be incredibly unhelpful and frustrating and simply seesaws of what might work best for elementary. And it's very different than what would work best for middle. And I think it would really serve both the teachers, the community, and the board well to have a focused group on middle only, where students are more likely to follow rules, where students are more likely to keep their masks on, where there's different considerations to take in place. And so if you could take that into consideration and potentially offer that, even if it was a one-time, 1 hour only time limit, cut us off, we'd really, really value that because this is excruciating. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, next, I believe we have maybe Arlene and then Maribel. So Arlene.
Hi, this is Arlene. I'm a mom of special needs at Abbott. And I made the tough decision of not sending my kid back to school for all the millions of reasons why he should not be back in school and the millions of reasons why he should be in school, with recognizing that. I do understand the school district is following guidance from the county and from the CDC on when the actual date will be. I'm sure January 1st is just, or January 19th is just a date. I love what Clifford said. Even if we have a small class of 5 in the most protected PPE protected state, there is still a risk. And I understand that there's going to be a risk. In fact, the day after I made my decision, my son's classmate, who now lives in Connecticut, he's in a SDC there. His class, there was someone who tested positive, asymptomatic. And so as a special needs kid, what do? Do you lock your kid, have them self-feed themselves, take care of themselves, and separate themselves from the rest of the family? My son can't do that. My son needs us. That means we would be exposed if he needed to be cared for. He can't eat by himself. He can't make food by himself. He can't dress himself. So for the parents that think, oh, it's easy just to throw, a classroom of 5 kids into a room with PPE safeguards, it's not. It's a really big challenge, and I'm hoping to look for guidance from San Mateo County and the CDC to help clarify, what is the safest protocols to put in place moving forward, because we're in it till the summertime. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene. Next, we have Mitchell, and then after Mitchell will be Karina. Mitchell?
Hi, everybody. I just want to speak as a first-year teacher because I'm so low on the totem pole. I did not get the choice. I want to stay distance learning. I live with my parents, who unfortunately aren't over the age of 65, but are 63, which I feel is just as much risk. I love my school. I love the kids, but I talk to them every Monday and I say, hey, what'd you guys do this weekend? Oh, I had a big, large gathering for my grandfather's birthday, my cousin's birthday party. That scares me so much. And that's not fair for my family, and I can't afford to move out. I also want to reiterate that we need to send out these surveys to these parents again. I'm looking at the stats, and I don't think that these parents did not understand it. I've looked at it. It's a difficult form to fill out. And for us to default to hybrid makes 0 sense to me. The norm right now is distance learning. So if they didn't fill it out properly, it needs to be normed to distance learning, not to hybrid something new. That just doesn't sit right with me. And then I also want to reiterate the fact that school is not going to be the same. I've built community in my class, and if I have to start over with a new class in person, it's going to be scary. And it's just sad, and it's going to be a bunch of masks and, oh, don't move. Oh, you're too close to him. Oh, don't play with him. Don't talk too close. And it's not what school has been when we all grew up, sadly. And I think we just need to hold out until it's safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitchell. Next, we have Karina, and then after Karina will be Debbie. Karina?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Karina.
I just wanted to say that I would encourage everyone to listen to the medical panel that the Belmont and Redwood Shores School District presented on. I know that Joan said earlier that she would be asking them to do one for us, but if you go to the BRRSSD website and just Google BRRSD reopening, it's the top link on their website. I found it so valuable and helpful. And the main message that I heard is that even if a child is bringing COVID to school and there are cases, a case here or a case there, they are not seeing spread within the school. And that school sites are not where COVID is spreading, even if community spread is larger. That the parents are out getting COVID in the community and probably giving it to their kids, but the kids aren't giving it to each other or the teachers at school. And I am one of those very conservative COVID parents who our kids don't really see other kids, and they don't go on play dates, and we don't do big gatherings. And I signed my kids up for hybrid because I really feel that they need to be back in the classroom with their teachers. And honestly, I think that the loss will be greater if they stay in distance learning than if they have to switch teachers. And I'm a fan of all the teachers at our school, and I have kids who have gone all the way through. And I really believe that even if they have to switch to a different teacher in the school, that they will have a wonderful teacher. I also have a niece and nephew in Orange County where the cases have always been worse than they are here. And they've been in school since the end of September and early October, and there has been no community spread, and no spread within the school, I will clarify. And they've had one class have to shut down and quarantine, and it was because they had a big birthday party with the whole class on a Saturday, and one mom was positive. So yeah, I know my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Next, we'll have Debbie, and then after Debbie will be Aubrey. Debbie?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what some parents were saying about the survey. I have a Bayside Middle School student. I also have an Audubon Elementary student, but I do not believe that all of the middle school parents were surveyed about whether or not they wanted to stay distance learning or go hybrid. I was actually literally comparing screenshots that I got versus my friend whose kids go to Bowditch, and she had a question there and I did not. So I just wanted to make it clear. I don't think that the middle school students were properly surveyed about that. And I really think that we should be, you know, for the record, we're having a good experience with distance learning. I know that, you know, everybody has their opinion about it, but in the middle of a surge, especially hearing the people that were calling earlier about the Sunnybray possible COVID thing, I personally think that we really need to be careful and not put our teachers and our students at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Next, we have Aubrey. Then after Aubrey will be Valerie. Aubrey?
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, so I am late to the meeting. I forgot that it was here, but I have a lot to say. I'll try to be quick. I am a frontline worker. I work in the emergency room. I'm going to cry because I'm so angry. People are talking about statistics and convenience and the plan. And you guys, I hope you haven't seen COVID in real life. It is terrifying. I, for one, am not willing to gamble my children's lives because some statistic hasn't reached a specific number yet for people to be satisfied that it's not okay to start school. I don't think that our teachers, who are also terrified, should be forced to go back. I have protection at work. I have masks at work. I have mechanical machines at work to protect me the entire time. And again, if these teachers are fearful, that needs to be addressed. Nobody should be forced to work in these conditions. And I'm sorry if this has been said before, but it is not a disease anybody wants to have. And yeah, children aren't getting it yet, but it's gonna happen. And I don't know about you, but my children will not be going back to school until they're vaccinated and until this is safe and until there's a treatment. Give me a moment. I'm so sorry. I'm just so upset. My 8-year-old wants to go back. He's depressed. He's in counseling and it's helping. He wanted to go back day one. I said no. Finally, last week, he came to me and said, Mom, I want to go back to school so bad, but you know what? Numbers are going up and it's not safe. So if an 8-year-old knows this, I don't understand why we're even having this discussion. I'm sorry I'm angry, but these teachers, yes, they're essential, but they're not to be sacrificed. They should not be forced to go back to teach if they're not comfortable with it. Because trust me, when you see COVID, you will never forget it and you do not want to get it or your families to get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aubrey. Next, we have Valerie. Valerie, go ahead.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
So I have a middle schooler at Abbott, and I also have a preschool at Vista Gardens. I want to start off by saying that I too was part of the participants in the Zoom conference that was held by Belmont School District a couple of weeks ago, just like Karina mentioned. And I joined these things to gain more information, to ensure that I am making right decisions. I go to work every day at El Camino Hospital. I am surrounded by statistics that are going on. I walk in, I get screened every day, I wear a mask, and I've been doing this since March. I now drop off my 4-year-old at Fiesta Gardens every day since September 14th. They have done an amazing job. Drive up, ask the screening questions, take the temperature. I'm masked. The 4-year-old is masked. Prior to that, right, this was the same exact thing I was doing at the YMCA when our employer opened up the YMCA, and both of my kids were going there. What I think is important here is that we knew from this what we learned from this medical conference that we heard these medical professionals was that if we follow 4 things in a controlled environment, masking, social distancing, hand washing, right, our teachers wearing masks as well, that we are in a good place. For those parents and for those that cannot send their kids back, then they stay in distant learning. One thing that is really hard for me during this meeting is just feeling that the parents that have chosen to go hybrid are just like, if we're against our teachers, we don't love our teachers, we don't want to protect them. We absolutely are here to ensure that they are also safe. So these comments have been really difficult tonight. I've been on many Zoom board meetings since the summer.
Valerie,
It's really disheartening.
If you could do me a
No
favor,
problem.
please, and wrap up your thoughts.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Valerie. Appreciate it. All right. President Corzo, we have no other hands for public comment. Oh, we have one more. Okay, we'll do one more. Christy, go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I speak tonight as a teacher in this district and as a parent in this district. I'm also a former student of this district, so in total I've been a part of this district for over 30 years now. I just wanted to take a moment tonight to talk about the choices I have made as a teacher and as a parent. I elected for my daughter and I to return in a hybrid scenario. I want to be back and I want my kindergartner to be back. But after my staff meeting today, I saw the reality of the situation. Teachers will be shuffled around. The district has made a promise to parents that their students will stay with their teachers if they had elected that option. I'm telling the community now, this will not happen if we return on January 19th. Teachers have to be shuffled around to meet the needs of the teachers that want distance learning. It makes me wonder how drastically this may have changed the numbers with regards to students returning in hybrid versus full-time distance learning. And that is a minor point. We haven't even dived into logistical planning around keeping students and staff safe. And winter break begins next Friday. We need time to learn new curriculum and time to meet our students. This cannot happen by January 19th. Now is the time to be honest with our community and our teachers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, next we have Well, it's identified as Brewer Island PTA. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Hello? Can
Yes,
you hear me?
go ahead. Yes, we can.
Hi, sorry. I didn't realize my account was under that. I am Elite. I have two students. I have an elementary student at Brewer Island, and I have a middle schooler at Bayside. There's a few things that I wanted to say. The first thing is I just wanted to kind of identify with the rest of the middle school parents in that the survey that we were, I don't even remember seeing a survey question about returning back to school at the middle school level. The second thing I wanted to say was with regards to the elementary school students, when we chose our option, I feel like it was in the red tier. And now that it's moved to the purple tier, I think it would be nice if we could get the opportunity to kind of reselect or just kind of reconfirm our choice, given the new situation that we're in. Those were the two main things I wanted to say. The last thing I did want to say was I am actually employed by Pfizer Vaccines, and I can assure you that we are, you know, on the up and up. Like, we are definitely headed in the right direction. I don't feel that this is the right time to go back to any sort of in-person learning, but we're like right there. I feel like within the next couple months, our company is working really hard to, you know, get the vaccine out there, get it to the appropriate channels so that the appropriate people are getting vaccinated. And I do feel that we are, you know, definitely headed in the right direction. So I just wanted to kind of like tell everybody, if you can, just hang tight, because help is definitely, you know, hope is there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next. Oh, no. Okay, President Corzo, looks like we have addressed all the hands for public comment.
Okay, thank you. We are closing public comment and opening it up for discussion.
I'll start. First, thank you, Gabriel, for speaking. I always appreciate it when students speak and voice their thoughts and opinions. And regarding, I just have some housekeeping requests and questions. Can we please make sure that the district website is up to date with board agenda attachments at all times? And that would be at smfcsd.net. I also thought we were going to provide a library of recorded lessons. So I was just wondering where we were on that. Along with FAQs, and I'm sorry if I missed that during Trustee Proctor's communication update, but it would be great to start that team up and ensure that it includes parents. Can we ensure all staff are able to attend PDs, and should there be a problem, they are allowed to attend or complete it during contracted hours? It's very frustrating to hear that there are still Zoom and tech issues, and we've been doing this for many, many months. It's also concerning to hear varying responses of yes, we got surveyed, and no, we didn't. And so if we haven't sent surveys, can we please do so? And make every communication and question very clear and specific, so it's not confusing and people don't have to like try and decipher what the message is. Oh my, I know a lot of things are site specific, but we're in different times and are discussing people's lives. So perhaps communications should be coming from the district to ensure all families receive the same information, and that info is, again, written very clear. And to any survey we send out, again, to ensure we get all responses back. And I don't know, there needs to be a way that happens, because we know what surveys get returned. And so those that don't, we got to go find them, because once again, we're talking about lives. So I don't feel this is something that we can say, oh, we sent it out, the end. We need to get those answers back. Sorry, I'm going to keep on. I'm very interested in knowing what middle schools in other districts are looking like in their planning for in-person and hybrid. And I believe we are meeting with them, but I just want to ask, actually, Dr. Roses, is our district working with other middle schools during this?
I work with the superintendents, and then David Chambliss and the Ed Services team meets with Ed Services staff so that they can share models.
Great. That's really good to hear. Thank you. Can we establish a middle school only focus group? I think that was a really great suggestion. And I do believe reopening site teams should start planning now, if not, prior. And logistics need to be worked out and practiced. That will take some time. And I would rather give our sites that adequate time to reopen safely than to rush to open. So I'd like just to, those are my questions, housekeeping comments right now. I'll save the rest comments later.
Okay, I'll go next. I just kind of want to, I feel like there's, I mean, we've said this before, but I just want to remind everyone that there is nothing that we can do that's going to make everyone happy. I think everybody has a lot of validity to their thoughts, their feelings, their logic. This is, the fear that people feel, I feel like it is valid. And so is, the motivation that some parents have around wanting to go back. I'm really concerned about what it would look like if we were to reopen January 19th and the implications that would have for even students that are continuing distance learning, and the reshuffling of classrooms and the instability that would create for students and for teachers. I personally don't feel comfortable having us go back. We wanted to go back January 19th. We weren't in the purple tier at that point. We are now. I think we need to push that back. I do want us to reopen. I do believe it could be done safely. I'm just not comfortable knowing that there's so much community spread and that, it's more risky. It's already, it's already reopening in general is I understand, right? Very controlled environments. It hasn't been, there hasn't been spread in our learning hubs. I know that, you know, the case that we had, what happened at Sunnybrae is concerning. My understanding is that there are new regulations about that process. We had followed the protocol from the state prior to that, and but I was interested in you know, the notice similar to like the lice exposure. I think that's something we should look into. Yeah, I would say I would feel comfortable having us reopen when we're in red or orange. I think just picking January 19th and ignoring the fact that it's a higher risk because there's more community spread. It's just, you know, it scares me, honestly. I think, you know, both families and teachers might be a little more comfortable once we're back in red or orange. So overall, those are my thoughts. I also want to recognize that, like I said, like, I guess like a theme that I'm kind of like picking up on is that, you know, folks are unhappy with our district and how we've done things, and there's lots of comparisons, and I would even say judgment, and that's okay. Everyone has the right to their opinion, but I know that our district is doing the best that they can. It's not going to satisfy everyone. There are many other districts that are not even to the point that we are. The legislation that is happening or that's going to be introduced, we don't know if that will pass, but if it does, you know, a lot of districts are going to have to rush, and we won't have to rush. We will be a couple of steps ahead. Yeah, this situation just feels like really impossible. We're not, you know, we're not COVID experts, and I guess I just want to share, like, I'm just still feeling so frustrated with, like, you know, our national leadership, our state leadership, like, you know, every district in this country is pretty much grappling with these issues, and there's so much turmoil. There's enough turmoil as it is. And then to be having to, there's just a lot of inconsistency, right? Like the fact that different districts are doing different things and at different times and with different criteria, like it's very frustrating. That does not, you know, of course, we're going to continue to make decisions in our district and our board will be responsible for them. But I just can't help but feel the frustration. Like there could have been a better way to do this. I truly believe that. So those are my thoughts for now. I may add more in a bit, but thank you.
I can jump in after Noelia. So a couple of things that are standing out to me and echo a lot of both what Noelia just shared. I think I want to keep going back to kind of data and making data informed decisions, and I think some of that's within our control and some of that's outside of our control. And one of the first things I think about, and I know that we talked about this originally, you know, months ago when we were talking about return and what that would look like. And a lot of public comments brought this up, right? When it's safe. The challenge is that we don't have alignment on what that means, right? For some people, it's a tier. For some people, it's a vaccine. For some people, it's, you know, personal situations. I think as a board, I think it'd be really helpful for us to have very clear alignment on what it means for us in this district, and agree with Noelia that this should not be our decision. And I know we've been saying that from the beginning, right? We're not medical experts or scientists or, and I know that there's a lot of information out there. There's more information. There continues to be more information. There's sometimes conflicting information. But I do think that it would be helpful for us to have that in terms of what it means to be safe to return. So whether that's numbers or tier, right? I think the closest thing we have to guidance on that is tier is red, because you don't apply for a waiver. So it's assumed that for grades under 6 or 6 and under, right, it's safe to go back potentially. I'm just throwing that out there as one metric we could use. Not saying that that has to be the metric. I just think it might be helpful for us to get alignment around that, because I think from there, we're spinning, right? It's 2 hours of public comment every time that we talk about reopening, with people's opinions at every, you should definitely open, you definitely shouldn't open. And as Noah said, right, everyone is entitled to their opinion. And there's so many, I mean, we've been in this pandemic for almost a year, and there is just like, it's difficult, and it's difficult for everyone. And for some people, they've lost people that they love. I mean, at this point, I think we probably all are touched 1 degree of separation away from somebody who has either been infected or, has passed away, right? It's unprecedented, it's crazy, and emotions are high, and our kids and their education and school is one of the most important things. And so of course, this is where all of that gets, and people's jobs and livelihoods and their lives, right? All of that. So it makes sense that there's so much passion that comes out of all of these conversations. But at this point, I find that it's not actually productive for any of us to continue having essentially the same conversation that we've been having for 6 months. And so from my perspective, I feel like where I'm landing on tonight is, let us get really clear about what we mean by safe, and be very clear in how we communicate that to our community, to our teachers and staff, so that we can stop spinning, right? People might disagree with how we've defined that. There will be people that disagree with that. That is inevitable, right? Nobody's in alignment on what that means, but at least everyone can ground themselves, and this is what we mean. So that's one thing. The other piece is around data is, and I think some of these questions were brought up a little bit by Rebecca, but I do think we need better, clear data around our survey responses and what those look like. And I don't know, I'm conflicted around resurveying, because I do think it's important, but I also know that like it's a ripple effect, right? The second one person changes, we're now reconfiguring. It's not as easy as like, just resurvey everyone and do it again, because I know how much time and effort it takes the district to make all of the classes and configurations and on our preferences. Like, it's very complicated for 12,000 kids to do that. Regardless of if surveying happens again, I do think we need to know how many people have responded, who are those people, what did they say? Like, at a board level, I have no idea what that looks like right now. And that also has to drive the decisions that we're making, and has significant impact on the type of reopening that is possible. So I think that information is really important for us to have and to be using to drive the decisions that we make. So that's kind of under just the data pieces. And I mean, I think could go down that hole a little bit further in terms of other data, but I think keeping the data piece at the forefront of how we're making decisions to the extent possible, again, given what is in our control, is important. The other thing, and I've said this recently, is also keeping equity at the basis of our decision making. I heard about that in the middle school, and I mean, I know I've said this before, and I'm still saying it because I still feel very concerned that I don't feel like we have a clear plan for in general, our most vulnerable students who need additional support that we know are not all being serviced in some capacity right now outside of distance learning. And again, I know sites and teachers and staff and counselors and everyone is working overtime to make that happen kind of in individual ways. But as a district addressing that, I don't think we don't have that currently ironed out. And I think that when we think about our return, when we think about how we're approaching all of this, in my mind, we can't start talking about other things until we have addressed all of the kids that we looked at data from our last board meeting that are slipping further and further and further behind. And we know that they are not all being seen in person, and we're not, so that has to drive as well in the same way that data is driving our decision making. I think that needs to as well. Regardless of when we decide to go back, which I do think we need to come to some sort of consensus about, I also think that we probably need to meet in early January, or you guys maybe will be meeting in early January. I might not be there. But regardless of when we go back, we need to have a plan. I agree that there has to be a plan. It needs to be ironed out. And I think that it sounds like there's still quite a few health and safety concerns just in general. And I think some of that is just like, inevitably there's going to be uncertainty. There's going to be things that we don't know, and it's scary. And there are things I think that really still need to be ironed out. And I think that there are some things that we can do that can start to inspire confidence, right? Like, I've heard that people have not seen that sites are being prepared for reopening. So starting to see, the markers and the classrooms, and being like going to sites, to going to your school site to lesson plan and seeing it happening gives confidence that like, oh, this is happening. This is really going to happen. And we have, the district is taking this seriously, and they're putting it in place, and they're testing, it's getting done early so that we can iron out any details, and we're doing walkthroughs and test drills, and starting to see those things set up, starting to see the HEPA filters being installed. I know those are coming, starting to see the site plan and the district plan actually rolled out, having an FAQs document that's continuously up to date, and we're answering questions, right? Like, just starting to see tangible things, I think will help to inspire confidence that all of the things we're talking about, and that maybe are being worked on behind the scenes, but aren't always shared in detail at a board meeting, are happening. And my hope would be that would start to inspire some level of confidence around some of the protocols that are going to be put in place, that are being worked through, that have been thought through, that will be rolled out. So those are some of the big things. I think I already said that we should probably meet in January. We should also probably, just earlier in January, we should probably also, I don't know, for me tonight, if we can get to some sort of alignment around what safe means, or what information we need to know to make a decision about what safe means, to come back in January and be very clear about what safe means, I think that would be really huge. That's what I got for now.
Okay, so I have some similar comments, so I'll try to skip some, but I did think that it was important that we figure out under what circumstances we feel comfortable reopening. And so I was thinking red or orange tier. I don't know, if there's other data, then that's fine too. But I just think that uncertainty isn't a good feeling for families and teachers. And so it feels more transparent if we could just determine a threshold where we are comfortable to come back on campus. I think that would just be more settling for people and make us feel a bit like we're on a clear path. And it's also concerning to get conflicting information. So I am happy to continue discussing that. So also, I'm hearing that teachers are not feeling comfortable and safe, and the progress and information that's been provided, it's not it doesn't feel complete to them. And so I know, we're asking so much of our teachers, and I feel like this isn't going to work if the teachers aren't feeling like we're ready to open, and that and they're not feeling comfortable, and they're not feeling confident in the protocols that are in place, and that those will keep them safe. So I think there's some work to be done around this area to just kind of get that in line. I did want to talk about middle school. So I have a lot of things I want to know about middle school. I think it's great that the plan is like getting started, but I think there's more to know and more to do. And so similar to what, the January 19th or whatever it's going to be, I also wanted to know in what tier are we comfortable with bringing one of the hybrid models back for middle school. And so I think we need more information for them too. In addition, I would like to know more about the first trimester grades, compare them to how kids were doing last year at the same time, compare them by grade level, by school, maybe even by subject area, to see in what areas middle school students are really struggling, and how many students we're talking about. I also wanted to know how many middle school students are in learning hubs, and how many students would be included in the Wednesday academic cohorts when those start. I think we do need to resurvey middle school parents and maybe even students. We talked about in previous meetings getting some more student perspective. There's some questions that are more obvious, but maybe some questions that are more about how are you doing? How is distance learning going? Under what circumstances would you return to school, so that we can know from families what they're comfortable with also. It could be they're ready to go now, they're waiting for a specific tier, waiting for vaccine, whatever it is, we just need to know. But I think that we do need to develop a plan for getting middle school students back into school. I think the Wednesdays are a first step, but then what? Like, when do they get back? And I don't know, I don't know how long COVID is going to last. If it goes into the fall, like, I don't think we can do another school year like we're doing now. And so I think we just need to kind of like start a plan, figure out when it could possibly go into motion, but at least get something going. And if it's, if it's waiting till the yellow tier or the least restrictive tier, then that's fine. But how would it work? And then let's see. Okay. And then, I was just going to touch also on just because Rebecca and Shara both mentioned the frequently asked questions. I didn't say it in my little report about communications committee, but we did talk about the FAQs. And I think Diane said she has over 300 questions. And so it's just like, she could go in so many different directions. So we were talking about ways to kind of pare that down and focus on what's most important. And I think we're hoping that the handbook that comes out will answer a lot of questions. So she could link back on the website. She could, have a question and link back to that handbook so that parents could easily find some information. And hopefully that would just get rid of, handle a lot of the questions. But I would really, I want to talk more about what it would look like to go back to school after winter break. And I'm happy to, push it back to something that we think is safe. But I also think that middle school needs some attention, and we need to get a plan. Thank you.
Okay. I want to start with just clarifying some questions from the public. There was one question specifically about what was so for parents who didn't actually fill out the survey, there was this big sort of question about they got defaulted to hybrid. And Dr. Rose, from my understanding, every parent who actually didn't fill out the survey, principals or staff or the schools did actually contact them in person, like verbally. I thought that was the case. Is that so?
That's what I had heard.
Yeah.
Now, people are saying that that's not so, so I'll have to ask tomorrow at the LTM. I'll ask all the administrators.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I understand that, yes, it defaulted to hybrid, and, really it's all about trying to make the numbers work and see what happens. But from my understanding that there was direct outreach. I myself actually did fill out the survey for not my students, my children. But I actually got a call as well because I had filled it out and their list was like 2 days old. And so I got a call and just let them know that I had already filled it out and that was it. So I know that there was outreach there, but hopefully that was at every school. Vivian asked the question about the teachers switched at the same time on January 19th, and I'm assuming that that's correct. Everybody switches. The students and the teachers switch on January 19th if that's the reopening day.
If that's the reopening day, that
Yes.
would be the day.
Okay, thank you. I do think Janine did bring up the middle school only agenda. I think no matter what we do, and I know we usually have an agenda item later on that talks about future agenda items, but I do believe that we should talk about middle school itself. It should be agendized as its own special item. So I would hope that maybe we do that on the 21st would be my recommendation. We also just sort of need to resurvey the middle school families and really sort of not fully develop the plan for middle school. So those are my general comments just off of the public comments. Overall, I want to say thank you to everyone for providing the public comment. I think that I know it's long. I know that we kind of all sit here and listen to everybody talk, but this is the process and this is how we get additional feedback from everybody. I want to apologize that, we have received a ton of emails. I do try to respond to every email, but I have read them. And so if I haven't responded to you, I'm sorry for that. But I have read them and I think that I do sort of hopefully, I do incorporate them in my thoughts. This is like an incredibly difficult situation. I feel like we're sort of back in the summertime when we were trying to figure out between doing hybrid and distance learning. I think it's really hard, as most people can hear on the public comments. And then, if you guys were to see our emails, we get comments from every single side of the spectrum and multiple ones. And it's difficult. It's extremely difficult and it's extremely sort of stressful to be sort of in this situation, but this is where we're at. I want to let everyone know that as a parent in the district, I have a 3rd grader and a 5th grader at Baywood Elementary. And I personally, actually not I, but my family, my wife and I chose that for one of my children, we would actually stick with the teacher. We've loved both the teachers. They're doing fantastic. They're really working really hard. But for my oldest, he needed to stay with his teacher. And then with my daughter who's younger, I feel like she needed a little more. So we actually chose hybrid. So I'm telling you guys this to know that I'm also conflicted. We have been conflicted in my family about what to do and how do we do it. And we made the decision with the information that we had at the time. So it's a difficult situation. I will say that if there are, families that need a spot, if we go into hybrid and they need a spot, then I'll gladly give up my daughter's spot for someone else who needs it. I think she needs it for more social emotional learning, but I'll be gladly to give it up. But I share this mainly because it's a difficult choice for everybody. And I think everyone has to make their own choices with the information that they have. Every family is different, on the calls, in the emails, we hear these stories and it's heart-wrenching because of the decisions that we have to make and what that means. I think that earlier on in the summer, we kind of made a safe decision. We made a safe decision to go into distance learning because that was the information that we had. The information we had, we didn't know what it would be like in school. We didn't know what it would spread, we didn't know the protocols. We just didn't have the right kind of information. So we chose to go into distance learning and we stuck with it. We put our heart and soul. The teachers had a ton of professional development. The district put everything into it that they had to make distance learning work. And for a majority of people, I would say it has worked. But we do know that that it doesn't work for everybody. And so what we've tried to do is we've tried to open up the learning hubs. We've brought back vulnerable students to try to get them back into school. And we've been working on that. And now, you know, we have to sort of pivot again. We're looking at hybrid. I mean, our goal is eventually to get everybody back into school. I mean, that is our goal. That's what we want. We know that kids learn best in school, and we want everyone to be in school. So how do we do it? Well, we kind of have to do it in as safe way as possible. But it's also sort of a timing thing. And right now I got an email, was it like a month or so ago? And the person said, like, we should have opened in October because or in November, because that's when we were in yellow or something. And I said, I'd agree, but logistically we weren't there. We haven't gone through and negotiated all the items with our teachers. We haven't pulled out all the logistics in terms to make it work. And those districts that had opened up, I guarantee that they didn't put their heart and soul into distance learning. They had to go back into hybrid because distance learning wasn't working for them. So that's what they had to do. But we went into distance learning, and it is, for the most part, worked for most people. But now we're in a comfortable spot, and now we're in a surge. And so it's kind of like, well, what do we do? For me, you know, I really appreciate and thank all the teachers for what they've done. And I hear them in terms of them being sort of afraid of going back and trying to prioritize who goes and who doesn't. It's really difficult. And to hear these stories, it's really tough. But to me, what sort of really changed my mind, or not changed my mind, but really got me in terms of the mindset of, is it safe to go back? And it was that Belmont Redwood Shores doctors panel. And I know that this was sort of late notice, last Monday or whenever it was. I know that we were coordinating with the Belmont Redwood Shores and with San Carlos to do a joint thing. But apparently Belmont Redwood Shores decided to just go ahead without us. And so we just got word of mouth and we got the link. But I was on that call and I listened to it. And I have to look at the sort of the science. I mean, the doctors panels that were on it, and they talked about how, you know, it would take, like, it's surface transmission. It's not there anymore. Someone would have to sneeze 100 times, and then you basically have to put your hand on it and put it in your mouth in order for you to get COVID. That's what they basically said. And the idea that schools themselves are not spreaders, and it's partly because we have set up all these protocols, and we've had these protocols in place. So we have practiced them, and we have the PPE. So to me, at the moment, I think it's hard to sort of say whether or not we move to red or to orange, because we just don't know. And if we keep pushing it back, we could be after March. And then it's like, what, we only have 2 months of school left. And what's the point of actually shaking everything up? I'm at this moment, I'm comfortable with, you know, sticking with January 19th as our opening date. Now, if something comes out of the blue, which seems like it has happened every single week, whether it was Governor Newsom saying something, or whether it was AB 10 now that we hear that may pass or not, that's going to force us to go into school, something could easily change next week. But at this very moment, I'm okay with us still moving forward with the 19th. And I know that's a very strong or sort of hard position to come by. And it's very difficult to state that, because I hear everyone's concerns and I hear their fear. But I kind of go back to the science of it and the data behind it and what the doctors are telling us. And so that's where I'm at. Lastly, I'll just say again what I said last week, or last board meeting. You know, different parents have come up to me and asked, like, how can I help? You know, what can I do, right? And I'll say this again. We are in an extremely stressful position right now. Our teachers, our staff, our classified staff, our principals, even our district staff are incredibly stressed right now to make all the logistics work. If you want to help, reach out to them and support them as much as you can, because this is really difficult time. And I would just hope that everyone sort of reaches out and helps out if they can. So that's where I'm at. And, obviously we can discuss everything else.
I can go again.
Okay.
Nope. Oh, never mind. Are you sorry?
I was just gonna try to survey us to see where we're at. I want to make sure I understood clearly and that we give clear direction. But if you've had other thoughts you wanted to share, go ahead.
It's pretty much what it is already been expressed both by the board and parents. But I just, again, I understand we're in an ever-changing situation, and there are some medical experts that say going in person is fine, and there are others, medical and science experts, that say it's not safe. And we have parents expressing the same contradictions. And both parents and staff need to plan, and not knowing what the school schedule just adds to the insurmountable stress we were all experiencing. And taken from Trustee Chin's comment of, if we wait until a certain date, then it's only 2 months, type of thing. I just feel like we just keep giving people a little bit more, and then we pull back. And so the sooner we can make a decision, no matter what that is, let's just stick with it as much as we can. And, just what is best for one child and family is not the best solution for another child or family. And the same goes for staff. And teachers yearn to see their students in person, and students need to see their teacher in person. And everyone can agree that having children in school is best. But I just sit back and I'm soaking in everything. And, our board and district prioritize all students, and we're committed to equitable education. And keeping that in the forefront of decision making, I think we should consider that when we do bring students back, it starts with those students who are struggling and are historically undersupported populations. So I'd like for the board to consider that as well. And then also create a better way to support our distance learning families, especially in social and emotional development and sense of community. And again, including parents. And I know we have a pretty solid team of staff and teachers and parents willing to work together and brainstorm to come up with a solution that is safe and works. That's all.
One last comment that I just wanted to make, which I didn't do, is that I believe that the distance learning works so well for us, and we got off to the right foot at the beginning of the school year, mainly because we provided the professional development. We pushed back the school year and provided professional development for teachers to make sure that they can get off and running on the first day. If whatever date we decide to choose to start, we've heard it from the teachers that there's not enough time, you can't make that switch. I would advocate to give them more professional days to trying to get acclimated, whether they have new students or whether they're going to hybrid, whatever it is. And honestly, if we get closer to spring break, then I would take days from spring break and move it so that we have the opportunity to give the teachers the amount of time they need to make sure that they are prepared when we open. So.
Okay. So I just want to Joan, you need more clarification, correct? Or do you feel like, yeah, okay.
I need to know if January 19th is still the date, or if we're using a metric, as you have suggested in some of the comments that you folks have made. I mean, I have the list of different things that you're asking, but we really do need to know what we're targeting.
Okay, so I do not think we should go back January 19th. I think we definitely need to use a metric. I'm open to discussion about what that metric is exactly. So why don't we have each board member answer those questions? So do you want to go back January 19th? Do you want to use a metric? And then after we can talk about what that metric would be. Anyone want to chime in next?
I can chime in. Do we know, I think we had to do the Aries portal questions like mid-November, right? I think we were maybe in like the red tier or orange tier at that time. I'm just concerned if we say we're going to stick with January 19th, that there's probably a lot of families that would want to change their mind at this point, just seeing where we are. And so I want to be flexible about, I don't think January 19th setting it in stone is, it's not my preference, and I don't think it's not my preference. I'm not going to judge if it's other people's, but so I would say I'm not really going for January 19th. I'd like to set some sort of metric or pick a tier or do something where it's a little bit more clear when we would kind of make that decision to go back.
Thank you. Anyone want to go next?
I'm aligned with Allison on that. I'm somewhat conflicted because I do think you get to a point, I mean, when we get to March, we're out of school for an entire year. We have to go back at some point. And I also think at this point, January 19th is, aside from the date that we set, is somewhat arbitrary. And I think for me, it makes sense. And just because I think we'll probably be weaving in and out of tiers and numbers, that picking a date to me makes less sense than picking criteria. So I would like for us to think about what that is specifically. That being said, I think we need to be ready to go then when that happens, right? So everything continues to move forward as is. The only metric I can think, and I'd love to hear others, the only metric I can think of right now is the when you need a waiver versus when you don't, which is the difference between purple and red. That would be what I guess would propose, just because I don't really feel like we have, unless we start creating our own metrics, which gets a little tricky, given that none of us have backgrounds in what those should be. That probably is the easiest thing to utilize, but I don't know. I'm open to other thoughts on that.
I think one of the things that is important to remember when we picked January 19th was that we weren't in purple. That's absolutely correct. And we were giving ourselves 2 weeks after the winter break for anyone who might have traveled, so they would stay home for the 14 days. So there was a process to our thinking at the time. However, now we have changed tiers since that time. So just why we had picked January 19th at the time. But everything changes.
I also think, I mean, just looking at I'm sorry to chime in again, but just looking at like being in the purple tier, I think we want kids back in school, but we also want it to be safe for teachers and obviously for students. But you know, just seeing as how maybe elementary school students, maybe they're not as impacted by COVID for science-based reasons, but being in the most restrictive tier for adults that are going back to campus, I think it's just it would feel a little bit more comfortable for me to make sure that we were in a lower tier where it would be safer for everyone. So I'm okay with red too.
Yeah, I definitely don't think we should start January 19th, just because logistically, I don't think we are prepared. I don't know if I'm comfortable with even red, but maybe orange. And I say that because, you know, I know we all know we need teachers, but we need them to be safe and healthy so that they can actually come in and teach. And I don't feel comfortable forcing them back during this situation. Again, vaccines are required, right? Immunizations are required to get into school. So I don't know. I also think that with any kids that do come back, it should be our student groups we've already identified that need to come back. I don't know if that really helps you or answers the question.
For clarification, our learning hubs would still are still moving there. Yeah, those are going to continue.
What are the chances of maybe just bringing on more of those?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Our issue's been staffing, as you know.
Yeah, but to continue to think about to expand learning hubs in this process, but okay.
Ken, what are your thoughts? Can you restate it for me one more time? Sorry, and you said
Sure.
a lot there, so I was...
No, that's fine. I'm comfortable with the date as the January 19th. I know that's a difficult thing to do. I just think that there's, and I'm sorry if you guys haven't watched that the doctors panel. I know even our teachers are having a panel, and I know we're going to have a panel as well in January. And whether or not we have another meeting in January or not, maybe that would be the deciding point. I don't know if we'd have more information then. To me, I'm comfortable with the 19th at the moment. So I don't think a metric, at the moment it's, I'm comfortable where we're at now.
So should we take a vote on if we want to start on the 19th or not?
It sounds like you have, it appears to me that 4 of you have said you're not comfortable with the 19th and have started discussing a metric of red, and you have discussed potentially orange. There is AB 10 coming down that says that schools need to return after 2 weeks in red. So
oh yeah, that's right.
There seems to be some
that's right
leanings toward that. And now it doesn't mean that that's passed. I don't know if it will, but
we should be ready.
But there is some conversation around that.
Yeah.
And whatever metric it is that you are thinking about, it's important to give staff time to prepare for that. So for example, we would not change classes until we're ready for that. I think we need to have a 2-week window. So let's say we go into red, we should say 2 weeks later we would open. That way you've got time to tell folks they are making their switch to the other class. Everybody has time to gear up and be ready to go. Now, I will be following up with administrators tomorrow to see where we are as far as all the reopening plans, because the hard deadline was January 19th. So I will double check all of that. So if we have everything ready, it shouldn't take as much time to get to reopen, but we still should give the 2 weeks.
Can I ask a clarifying question there, Dr. Roses? We've all followed the color changing. We used to, we were all on the county calls. Sometimes we would get a heads up from Dr. Moreau about, hey, or Mike Callaghy, that it looks like we're gonna change colors, right? So we got maybe a little inkling, maybe a day or two, or maybe to get any information at all. The metrics to go from one color to another and to stay in that color is very fluid. And so what happens if we go into red and then we have a spike and then we fall back within those 2 weeks? There's that question. And then what happens if, just the way, while it's not likely, some miracle happens, maybe we get tons of vaccine or whatever else, and we move into red before January 19th. I'm just wondering, the color coding system, I'm okay with the metric if this is the way the board is going. And granted, we're a team, whatever decision we make, we stick with it, which I'm totally fine. And I understand I'm in the minority, which is totally fine. But I just have to ask these questions, like, it is a fluid situation. We used to have the data that we changed every Tuesday, the colors every Tuesday. And then Governor Newsom says, that it can change any day now. So I'm wondering, if we choose this, how does that really work with different scenarios?
So the scenario about dropping during winter break to red is not very probable. So I say that because if we thought that was probable, then we wouldn't probably be concerned about the January 19th. Because we're sitting here in purple figuring we're going to stay in purple through the winter break. Now, I don't know. I'm just listening, just as all of you are, to what the news is and the cases and whatnot. Now, the question, you do have a very valid question of what if it is red, 2 weeks, we go back, and then something happens and we spike again. That's a question that I would want direction on.
I think in terms, like if we were already back, let's say we were back before we went to purple, we would have been able to stay in school during purple, right? That's how it works?
That is correct.
So I think so I'm thinking, for me at least, just determining what is the trigger to go back is what I'm kind of hoping to clarify. And then I think as we're back, then we follow the protocols, the 4 pillars. If there's a case, we do the, whatever, close the classroom or whatever it is. And I don't know. I would think at that point we just follow the protocols that we have, but I don't know. Because a lot of start, stop seems not productive.
Okay, so the question right now is, what happens if we go to red, then we go back to purple?
Actually, I think you're still determining if what is your metric. I mean, I'm hearing you land on red. Is that the direction you're giving staff? No for right now, waiting to red, 2 weeks for start. Am I hearing that correctly?
I'm a little confused about the 2-week mark. If we're ready to go, I mean, I understand that there needs to be some level of time.
Well, folks will change classes at that point.
Right.
So there does have to be some adjustment. I mean,
but those should already be in place, right? So like people would know what those are going to be.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why 2 weeks. I mean, I could see a week to get, I don't know. It just feels like we don't have that many weeks left to, we should be like ready to go. If we're already now going to delay it, we should be ready to go and should be ready to go. I'm not saying like the next day. 2 weeks to me feels like a long time, unless I'm missing something.
Well, I mean, whatever you determine, then we're going to be ready. So. I just need to know what the metric is and what the timing is so that I can be clear with staff. And also, I mean, many questions were raised tonight that obviously every time we meet, we learn more things that have to be responded to and answered. And so we'll certainly will work on all of those pieces. I took copious notes so that we could ensure that we get information out to both staff and families.
Can I ask a couple of clarifying questions? So when we do give the notification to switch into hybrid, should we hold off on announcing class lists, provided that we're not starting in January?
I think it's wise to go forward so people know what it will be, because we don't know when we would change into red.
And so would we be committed to then holding teachers and families, hold them to their choice that they made now, as opposed to, a month?
Well, they made the choice before we went into purple. Going back to what Allison pointed out was that potentially people could want to change
right
now because we're in purple, because we made the decisions that we made before it was this tier.
Okay.
There's one option that you could explore, and I just throw this out there, is that, we're a district of 12,000 students, maybe 11,500. It fluctuates, right? The disruption that we're going to have and what teachers have expressed is the changeover from switching classrooms, right? And so the idea is that we know, and numbers wise, how many families have chosen distance learning, and we know how many families have chosen hybrid. And it sounds like a majority of them have chosen distance learning. It is possible that to minimize not confusion, but chaos and everything else, you could almost, and I just throw this out there, switch the teachers and the students on January 19th. Even though we're in purple or whatever it is, then 70% of the families are in distance learning. They're there with the teachers. And so when we actually flip the switch to red, that 2-week period may not really be needed as much, because those families are already sort of with their new teachers within the hybrid sort of setup. And it's only that maybe, and let's just say it's 30% of those families that it's really going to cause sort of the disruption because they're the ones going back. The rest of the 70%, and again, I'm just using those numbers, the rest of those families have already been set in distance learning, they're staying in distance learning, they keep on moving the way it is. But it's the disruption, the chaos that's going to be caused by the change in classes and the students. And if we can settle on those logistics, then we might be able to have a smoother transition when we actually go back.
Part of the challenge again is not knowing what numbers we're talking about. Right? We don't have, you're saying, you know, maybe most people potentially, presumably, have chosen distance learning. I also think if we're going to make a decision tonight that red tier is the tier, then we need to resurvey people and ask them, if red is the tier and we go back, would you go back, right?
And to not have, if they don't answer, the default be go back. Sorry, Tara. I just had to chime that in.
So I'll sum things up, in my opinion, just to move us along. It sounds like the majority does not want to open up on January 19th. It sounds like red is the consensus metric, whether we have 2 weeks or not. That is still to be determined. It also sounds like we have numbers that we need and data that we need to make more decisions, which in my opinion sort of lines up an earlier January meeting. So, or we have it on January 21st. That's my thoughts of where we're at the moment at 10:42 p.m.
I feel like that does summarize pretty like where we're at. I don't think this next comment is going to be super helpful, but it's you know, thinking about this situation from a kid's perspective. It's also entirely possible that we have kids that, you know, families that decide that they want their kids to be in hybrid. They go back to hybrid and they hate it, and they're miserable. They have less freedom than they did back at home. What about that? That's a rhetorical question, something for us to all think about. I know that's not super helpful, but I think it's a realistic possibility that we need to think about. Joan, do you feel like you have enough direction, or do you need a little bit more? I know you had a question about, let's say we went to red and then went back to purple, would we continue? Was that answered for you?
Most districts in which that has happened, who have already started, continued. So I think we would probably follow suit unless we're not comfortable, and we can always call an emergency meeting. So I'm fine with that. So we will get this information out, but we will continue to move forward with the plans, because it could come anytime. Okay. And I do have the questions that you have asked for the next board meeting, and also the requests for further information and communication out to families. So we'll work on all those things. And staff have been listening more than just the executive cabinet. We've had a number of staff members who are listening in order to determine what their next steps are.
Thank you. And can I just want to thank our staff, because I know that, you know, we had made a decision, now we're changing our decision. You know, our principals and our leadership, you know, our district leadership, like you all have to deal with all of the day-to-day of, you know, the back and forth that these changes in decision-making cause, and the work, right? All of the work to prepare for January 19th, and now we're changing it a bit. I want to thank you all and recognize that. I just want to appreciate you all. But, you know, all of that work is going to definitely be put to good use soon. So it wasn't in vain. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's all important work that has to be done. So we will continue to move forward. Yeah, thank
I
you.
did have one quick question. Are there professional development days built in? When are the next kind of district wide? I'm just wondering. I mean, we can't pull them from spring break because that's time off, but I do think I just want to make sure that we have those built in for folks to prepare for reopening as well, from the teacher lens, so that they feel ready whenever it happens.
So just a couple of notes on that. One, there is a staff work day on January 4th, I believe. That's a staff work day. And then we previously had agreed to a certain set of professional development days on Wednesdays. There were a series of them. And I know that in negotiations, there's conversation about what others professional development might be needed to prepare. So I won't speak to that because I don't know where they are at in that, but I do know that they're talking about how to be most prepared.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And we did decide that we're going to have a meeting in January, right?
You have a January 21st meeting.
No, earlier in January.
Now that I don't think you've finalized.
Does everyone agree that we should probably come back earlier in January to reevaluate?
And maybe in person too, if we're going to ask the teachers.
So there's some issues with how we're going to all have feedback, even if we are in the same room together and distanced. There's going to be feedback on our Zooms. And so that's something we're going to have to work through, because many people will want to attend. They won't be able to come. And so then we're going to sit in the same room, and then we're going to have that feedback loop going on. So we're going to have to think about that, about how we might want to do that. So just letting you know, we've been thinking about it, because we know eventually we're going to want to go back, and eventually you may want to continue with some kind of a loop with families. So we just haven't quite figured that one all out yet. I'm looking at the calendar for January. Our board meeting is the 21st. We come back on the 4th. So your Thursdays are the 7th, 7, 14, 21, 28. You already have one on the 21st.
I wonder if it could be a special. That way we're only talking about that one topic.
What did you say? Only be with
I'm sorry. I said I wonder if it could just be a special board meeting where we only talk about that topic.
So anytime that you set up a board meeting that wasn't regularly scheduled, it's considered a special, and we can put whatever topics we wish on it. So it's just a matter of the date. Did you want 7, 14, or 20? I mean, 21 we already have. 7 is a little bit difficult for staff because of posting, because we would have to post on this. Well, we try to post on the Friday, which would be January 1st.
I would ask, and just turn around. Sorry, getting late. I would turn around the question to you, Dr. Roses, in terms of, do you know what we've talked about and kind of got a sense of what is needed for this meeting? Like, is it really, could staff and everyone turn it around for the 7th, or is it really you're looking at, you need the 14th? I mean, we've had over the summer back to back meetings every week. So, I would turn around and basically ask, what do you guys need in order to get us in?
We'll also be a different day of the week.
Right. We're concentrating all of our effort on reopening. So that's more than a regular day. So adding another board meeting is just adding another board meeting. So I think the 7th would be difficult.
I guess I want to get a little clarity on, so if the purpose of adding another meeting in January is to look at where we would be in the tiers, or it's to bring back more information, or what was that?
It appeared to me that
purpose?
you wanted more information around middle school options. And it also appeared to me that you had questions around data about reopening for students who wanted hybrid. And so there's an elementary question too. So I know that Trustee Chin said that he'd like it just to be concentrated on one topic. Well, the topic would probably be reopening again, because there are 2 sets of questions that have been coming up. One around elementary numbers and data, and one around middle school options. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so if that's correct, I would actually be against scheduling another meeting, because I don't think that it gives staff enough time, and I think realistically we're not going to be, I think we're still going to be in purple. So those are my thoughts. I don't know how everyone else feels.
I just wanted to say that, so the middle school Wednesday plan, wasn't that supposed to start February 4th? Is that what the slide said? Because if we do January, just meet on January 21st, that would only give 2 weeks until February 4th. And I don't feel like we've talked about, I just don't think we've talked about middle school enough.
February 3rd, yeah, Wednesday.
Oh, 3rd. Oh, yeah, 3rd. Sorry, look at the. So I don't feel settled on middle school, just FYI.
I think if we're going to be ready for, and this is spoken from somebody who will unlikely be there, so take all of this with a grain of salt, but I just think if we're going to be ready to, if we are going to be ready to open when red happens, we are all speculating it's unlikely, but if it does and we're not totally ready and we don't feel like, if we feel like after this meeting we're ready to go with the reopening plan, like as a board, if we hit red, we haven't even decided like how many weeks, how many days after we hit red, what the expectation is. Like, I think all those things need to be set in stone in case, right? Because we're making like a very clear when red happens.
Sure, you don't want to just hold that baby in so you have that meeting in January? Sorry. Late, you know, when it gets late, I start joking around. I'm sorry about that. I think that if we were to have a meeting, I think that when we look at middle school, you know, really a lot of it comes around the data and what the families want, you know, and if we don't actually survey the families or have an actual numbers or have the numbers of whatever we did in Aries, then I don't necessarily know if we can make decisions around middle school. So
I wonder if we gather those teachers that are ready and willing to come back now together, because they might provide some other ways, other outside the box thinking.
So on your middle school, we can look at a survey explaining what we're looking at for the Wednesday and whether, and so to be very clear with families, this is what we're looking at. Are you interested in coming? So that can be done. To do a quality.
Like, are you talking about interested in coming to the Wednesdays, like the academic?
Wednesdays, yeah. If it's.
But shouldn't we?
Because see, some people will still not want to come. So that will
Okay, because I thought it should, I thought like the one group was just like the more of the struggling students. And so that I don't think the survey is.
Some of them won't come.
Okay.
So what we heard tonight was that people didn't realize they were being asked or didn't understand the question. So it sounds like there's a need for a survey to say, you know, these are the things we're looking at. If we're offering them, would you allow your child to come? I mean, would you want to come? So if we truly don't feel that that survey that was sent out captured that because of what we've heard tonight, we should redo that survey. And we can do that. And then you would have that information in January.
I just gonna say, I don't think the Wednesday's not, it's fine. It's just not enough for me, like for middle school. It's like that, I don't want it to stop there. And so it's fine if you want to survey who wants to come back for the Wednesday, but I think we just need some more thinking around what is middle school gonna eventually look like. And I'm afraid if you put out another survey about a Wednesday, like this conversation is never gonna end because people want more than the Wednesday. And so I don't know. I don't think I won't be satisfied. I don't think with a Wednesday survey. I think it's good information to have, but we need to keep going farther than that.
Got it. We could simply send a survey that says, if we offer in-person learning at the middle school, will your child attend? And then we will have numbers. But that does not give any detail. So if I'm a parent, I don't know what that might mean. So chicken and the egg. Do we need the numbers or we need the program?
No, I understand, because even if you said it was going to be the 125 to 175 student hybrid, then that's very different than, you know, a different choice. So I understand that it's difficult.
It would make a difference, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I feel like summing it up. I understand that there's logistics around to whatever decision we make here, Dr. Roses, and about the survey and everything else. And what you're telling us, even though there may be like 100 steps behind to get to where we want to get to, that a lot of people have to work on, and have to work on, 24 hours a day basically to make it happen. We know that the 7th is not going to work because it's just too soon. So really what we've narrowed down to the 14th or keep it on the 21st. Considering that it's the 14th and knowing that we could advertise on the Friday before, which we will all be back, I think we have some time for you and your staff to figure things out and whether or not we need to go ahead on the 14th or the 21st. And so my recommendation to the board is for us to not table this, but let Dr. Roses and her staff figure out what she needs to do. And then, Dr. Roses, you can obviously poll us later whether or not we need to have a meeting on the 14th or whether or not it needs to be on the 21st. And that would be my recommendation.
And I would just say that if tiers do change prior to that we should probably have then, an emergency, like call a meeting earlier, right? So that would just be on the table so that folks know that we would be coming back to the table earlier, and then we would have to you guys would have to figure it out. Keep saying that. I don't mean to be funny. I wish I could be here.
Okay. We'll start working on the different steps, and I'll let you know where we're at.
Okay. Moving on to our next agenda item. Item 7.1, item 7.1, Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services Plan.
Good evening, board. Alma Ellis, Director of Special Education, and I are happy to be here this evening to share with you information about our comprehensive coordinated early intervening services plan. That's a very long name that one easily learns to say CCEIS quickly. So I will be starting the presentation, and Alma will also share. And so thanks, Peter. I see that you are bringing up the slide deck. So earlier in the summer, we shared some information with you about the CCEIS plan, as there was work that started beginning in about May or June. And so you might remember that. So to sort of put it in a little context for everyone, there's been a review of the special education program in a couple of different ways over the last year and a half. You will remember Dr. Sandy Clute and Mr. Jack Lucas, who spent time in our district interviewing staff and parents, administrators, and then in winter around February of this year, 2020, they shared their recommendations with you, and those recommendations were in 6 areas: vision, communications, staffing, curriculum, professional development, procedures and compliance, and fiscal. Also around June, we shared with you information about a review that the state does. It used to be called the PIR, or Performance Indicator Review. They've changed the name of that to the Special Education Plan. And this review by the state looks at specific homelessness is involved, the collaboration between ed services and student services, and also connection with other initiatives in the district. So the district made a determination to work with Dr. Mary Bacon, and she has been a technical facilitator with this assistance project for the state for many years, actually since its inception. And one of her areas of expertise is in the area of eliminating disproportionality. It was one reason that we were interested in her. She also has supported other districts in our area, so she's very familiar with our communities and the families that we serve on the peninsula. And you can see there on the slide some other districts that she's also supported as a technical assistance facilitator. Next slide. So phase one, as I mentioned, also includes stakeholder engagement. And we had a wonderful representation for this part of the process and the project. CDAC leadership was involved. A former parent member of the Equity Task Force was involved. President of the Education Foundation, a SMETA representative, representatives from Education Services, including directors and coordinators, representative from Fiscal Services, Special Education, of course, with different professionals from that department. Also, of course, General Education teachers and staff, site administration representatives, and then there were 2 SELPA coordinators who have been a part of our data journey and root cause analysis journey. So this was the group of people who spent time poring over data, looking for reasons as to why we are disproportionate, and then thinking about ways to help us ameliorate that and find ways to better support students, not just through special education referrals and making them eligible. So I believe, Alma, is it your turn now for the next slide?
Yes.
Go ahead, thank you.
Good evening, Madam President Corso, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Roses, and community members. We thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on the CSA's plan. Slides 8, 9, and 10 will show you that stakeholders and leadership teams reviewed both quantitative and qualitative data. The highlights of the quantitative data review include, out of the total student enrollment in the district, in the school year 2019-2020, 9.8% are students with disability. The percentages of students with disability are higher among the Hispanic and Latino and African American ethnic groups compared to other ethnic groups of students in the district. Hispanic Latino students make up 38% of the total district enrollment and 54% of the special education enrollment. That means that 54% of students with disabilities are Hispanic or Latino, while the remaining 46% belong to the other ethnic groups. Hispanic students are 4.2 times more likely to be identified under specific learning disability eligibility category, and African American students are 4.8 times more likely to be identified under the emotional disturbance eligibility category. Next slide. The highlights of the qualitative data review revolve around parent interviews and interviews with the focus groups regarding the referral process and eligibility determination process for special education services. Parent interviewees were selected based on target ethnic group and eligibility category. Focus groups were selected based on their involvement in the referral process and eligibility process for special education. Next slide, please. The student files review tracked down a student's educational journey from the time they entered the district, the interventions that they received, and the process involved that led to a referral and/or eligibility determination to special education services. The student files that have been reviewed were selected based on target ethnic groups and eligibility categories. Among the CDE's lists of recommended programmatic self-assessment tools, the racial ethnic disproportionality in special education data analysis workbook was selected in collaboration with our assessment, research, and evaluation department, our data coordinator, Cameron Lewis, due to the incorporation of risk ratios in the overall analysis. We use this tool in analyzing data on the likelihood of certain ethnic groups to be identified under a certain eligibility category for special education services. How much more likely it is that a student from a given racial ethnic group will be identified with a disability. Cameron Lewis, our data coordinator, facilitated the data collection, the data analysis, and the data integration of stakeholder and leadership sessions that led to the recommended programmatic improvement action plan. Next slide, please. The fishbone diagram, also known as the Ishikawa diagram, is used to break down successive layers of root causes that potentially contribute to a particular problem, in our case, disproportionality. Stakeholders prioritize the root causes through a survey. Strategies and activities to address the corresponding root causes were also provided by stakeholders. The summary of the root causes and change ideas were used to develop the programmatic improvement action plan. And all stakeholders were given the opportunity to review and provide feedback to the proposed plan. Next slide, please. This slide will actually present to you root cause number 1. And this is based on our stakeholders and leadership team's feedback. The root cause number 1 is that the district lacks a system for implementing MTSS strategies with consistency and reliability. The measurable outcome for this particular root cause is that there will be a district-wide understanding and written guidance on the implementation of the MTSS and SSD process that supports the cultural and linguistic needs of students. This particular measurable outcome aligns with the Equity Task Force Academic Subcommittee recommendation. Next slide, please. Root cause number 2, not all teachers feel well equipped to provide quality integrated ELD and designated ELD, or to distinguish between issues related to language acquisition and disability. And the measurable outcome for this particular root cause is that there will be an established professional learning plan for school leaders, teachers, and staff that will support the designated and integrated English language development instructional strategies within the MTSS framework. This measurable outcome is also in alignment with the district's LCAP commitment and the recommendation from the federal program monitoring mandate. Next slide, please. The root cause number 3 is that there is no consistent process for collecting and analyzing student educational data when making a determination to assess students for special education services. The measurable outcome for this root cause is that there will be a calibrated norm criteria for collecting student educational data and implementing intervention strategies before a referral for special education services will be initiated. And this is in alignment with board and district commitment to a data-based decision making. You will note that the measurable outcomes in slides 12, 13, and 14 will involve a district-wide implementation plan. Although the findings of disproportionality came out of the special education review, the CSA's plan is not a special education plan exclusively. It is a district plan to address the factors that are contributing to the disproportionate identification of students belonging to certain ethnic groups under a special education eligibility category. Next slide, please. The next steps would be we have already, as mentioned by Dr. Drinkwater, we have already submitted our initial submission to SELPA for review and feedback last Friday. We are waiting for SELPA to move over the plan for CDE approval. Actually, the due date is December 15th. The implementation plan will include activities, timelines, and staff responsible for the implementation of the plan, as well as the calendar of progress monitoring periods. Our projected duration of implementation and evaluation will be completed by September 2022. So upon approval of the plan, we are looking forward to a strong collaborative district-wide implementation of the CSA's plan. Thank you, Peter, for sharing the slides.
So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Any clarifying questions?
I have just one question, if I can go first. Thank you for the presentation. It's very informative. The one measurable sort of, I think it was number 1, was about the MTSS and sort of the lack of consistency sort of across the district. And in the next steps, and I don't know whether or not you went over it maybe just too fast before me, but I wasn't sure whether there was a implementation solution to address the inconsistency across the district.
For each of the measurable outcome, we have recommended activities, and all of those activities under each of the root causes measurable outcomes are being reviewed by SELPA. And once CDE approves the plan, we will be happy to share that information with you as well.
But also, I do want to point out, you brought up the MTSS. You remember that this is something that's been coming out of Equity Task Force, out of the academic programming also.
Yes.
So it's really all aligning that this is an important next step across our district. And several of our schools do have pretty strong MTSS programs in place, but others have not really started with it, or maybe they're dabbling with it. So this is looking like it's a initiative that you'll want to really look at.
Yeah, no, I remember when I came on the board and we did the site visits,
Yeah.
it looked like some schools were doing MTSS and some weren't, which is okay, and I understand. But if this is truly an avenue for us to improve,
right?
It does seem like whether or not we need to do it based off of the Equity Task Force recommendation, that we standardize it across the entire district.
Right.
And so, and maybe through the SELPA sounds like it could be expanded across the district overall. So,
because it's
but thank you.
actually a pre-referral. The MTSS is really all of the activities that happen to support a student before a referral is even made.
I see. Fantastic.
Yes.
This is great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I had a question about the process around the root cause analysis, specifically about the survey. I'm just wondering, can you share a little bit more about how that survey was put together, who had input into the survey? Because, yeah, that's my first question.
So pretty much it was a virtual session facilitated by our data coordinator, Cameron Louise. And he gave us several prompts, and the basic prompt is basically, what do we think are the causes of disproportionality in our school district? And so there were multiple feedback, and then the multiple feedback were actually categorized. And then after we collected all of the root causes that have been identified by the stakeholders, there was a survey passed on to all of the stakeholders to prioritize all the identified root causes, and then we prioritized 3. And so the identified 3 came out of the survey.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering, for the, sorry, I'm trying to find the right word here. For the stakeholder leadership team and the engagement, was there any like preparation before, like, going into that survey process and having that, you know, that engagement? I'm just wondering, like, were folks given like articles or any kind of like, yeah.
So it started first with just taking a look at data in the district. And as Alma mentioned at the beginning, their data was provided to the stakeholder group looking at how many students with disability in our district, what are the disability category percentages, how about the racial ethnic breakdown of the students that are within those eligibility categories. This was looked at over a couple of years, so not just 1 year of the data, but comparing it. And so there were several sessions, 3, I believe, that was just looking at data and also utilizing the self-assessment tool that Alma mentioned. And so all of that happened over 3 sessions. They were virtual, but looking at data, conversations, and then from that, it went into conversations and thoughts about what might be the root causes based on what the data has been showing us. And then the final prioritization was the survey, where specific root causes that had been shared were categorized, and then the stakeholder team prioritized those. So it was quite a process to get to the portion where the root causes were prioritized. And Alma, please share anything I might have left out.
I think that's pretty much what the process was. The initial data review was actually initiated sometime in June of last school year.
And there was a great deal of involvement by the SELPA and by the actual facilitator that we were assigned. So she oversaw that.
and prior to us actually moving forward with the plan, we had the leadership team had a session with our CDE monitoring person to actually somehow give us some direction whether or not we can move forward so we can continue on with phase 3.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
I have a follow-up question kind of from that in terms of the survey. I'm curious about the stakeholders and how many of the stakeholders that were a part of the process are a part of the group who are disproportionately being impacted by classification into special education. So how diverse, in addition to kind of titles of people, how diverse was that group of individuals? Was that something that was taken into consideration prior to?
Yes, actually, there were recommended, stakeholder representatives that we need to seek out in developing our stakeholders group. But as, for example, as we try to invite parents who will be part of the stakeholder group, we looked into parents of students with IEPs and students who belong to the Hispanic or Latino ethnic group, and parents of students who have been identified under specific learning disability. The other stakeholders, we want to make sure that there is general education representation, administration, representation from the educational services, the coordinator of the English Learner Program was also invited as part of the group, and community participation as well as parent representation from our core parent group, which is the CDAC.
Okay. So it sounds like there, I guess my real question is, was there representation from the Latino community that, are being disproportionately impacted by this? It sounds like the answer to that is yes, across stakeholder groups.
But it was limited. There was a lot of reach out to families who were invited to interviews who did not end up participating. So we had more extensive reach out than hoping to have more parents involved. So there weren't as many as we had planned for because we went out through our service providers, meaning school psychologists, speech language pathologists, also through the CDAC group, trying to find as many families as we could. In addition, the representatives from the principal and assistant principal group were from schools that in looking at the data were also had high numbers of students who were identified as specific learning disability disabled and who are Hispanic Latino. So, we had hoped for more and made a lot of effort, but did not get as much participation as we had hoped.
Got it. And then my other question is just around the communication plan. So sharing what's kind of the plan for outreach and communication around kind of what's been identified as root causes and just, what is the communication plan?
We, as mentioned at the beginning, we did share with the CDAC group first last evening, and they were very responsive to the presentation and interested, and asked for more information just to be able to be shared in CDAC as we move along. And in terms of looking at how to share out to some of the schools and where we'll be working, as I mentioned with Trustee Chin's question, the plan starts out with a smaller targeted group focused on those schools that have the highest percentages of students who are Latino or Hispanic already identified as specific learning disabled. And so we will be specifically working with those schools and that target population as we begin the plan.
Yeah. And then in addition, the plan will also be shared with the special education staff at our next special education department meeting. And we have already started discussing the CSA's plan in the joint steering committee that is composed of educational services administrators and student services administrators.
Great, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. Oh, did you have a question, Allison? No? Okay. Moving on to public comment.
Okay, for those of you still here with us at 11:40, please use the raise your hand function within Zoom to make public comment on this particular item.
Peter, can we do 3 minutes?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so far we have 2. We have Marcella, then after Marcella will be Chelsea. Marcella?
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the thoughtful analysis of the CCEIS and the process that was taken to develop the root outcomes. I also, like Trustee Watkins, wonder about the number of stakeholders, how many parents were in the group identified as disproportionately identified for special ed. I did want to point out that for the root cause 3, there's an outcome that focuses on exiting students, which involves eligibility determination, which could also impact initial entry into special education. And I was drawn to this because it seems like a lot of the root causes look like pre-special ed challenges, but this particular goal seems to really focus on special education staff. And I wonder what that might look like in terms of support for special education staff. And then just one caution I have seen in districts that have worked through disproportionality is that there can generate a fear of identifying students who were previously disproportionately identified, which can lead to a lack of services. Specifically, the groups that I see are our bilingual students. I don't necessarily know that that's going to be a major issue, but I think it should be considered. And I hope that the professional development that is discussed as a measurable outcome of that root cause includes specialized training for special education specialists, and especially our contracted employees who may not be fully aware of or embrace our mission and our vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Next, we have Chelsea.
Good evening, board. This is Chelsea Bonini, and it's nice to join you this evening. I just had one question, and I didn't hear whether it was part of the process. When the number of students that were identified, even though it was beyond the threshold, was there any determination as to whether they in fact were inaccurately qualified for special education services? And if so, is it possible to know, what is done about that, or if there's any impact of that, if it's a measurable number that was determined? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. President Corzo, looks like there are no other hands for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Opening it up for discussion. I'll start. Well, I want to say thank you to the group that has been working on this. It sounds like a lot of time and effort and analysis went into it, and I'm glad that, you know, everyone took the time to work on this and that we have some concrete root causes and next steps. And of course, want to see those next steps, you know, continue to be completed, and you know, just to continue to see more progress on this. I do just want to say, and I'm feeling a little conflicted about saying this, but but I'm gonna say it anyways, because I do think that you know, just so I work with GGRC, I work with families that are Spanish speaking. I have gone to many IEPs in other school districts. And part of my experience with that is that, you know, a lot of families walk away feeling really overwhelmed, really frustrated, really unsure. And they have a lot of trust in our systems, right? And they have to, and a lot of families, like, they don't know what to ask. They don't know that they can ask for more, that they can ask for something different. And it you know, it does have to do with barriers that they face, and you know, it has to do with race. It does. And culture, and I guess I just want to say that, like, as this work continues, that we don't forget that, like, so I like and I don't like at the same time, like, feeling a little conflicted. I really like that these root causes, they're very, like, objective, but let's not forget that, like, you know, this is a system, and these are processes that are, you know, created and maintained and continued by people. And I know there's, like, a lot of articles, a lot of data that does show that, you know, these, oh, what did I do? Sorry, I pressed the button and my computer made a noise. Yeah, I guess I just feel like we're talking about an issue that affects a certain, that, you know, that affects a certain like a certain group, and then to not talk about race at all feels like a little bit of a miss. I know it could be very uncomfortable. That's why I kind of asked the questions about the surveys and about like that process. Because I just wonder, like, I feel like, for example, maybe in number 3, like, you know, can there be some discussion about, like, how biases can or cannot lead to these kinds of outcomes and patterns in our special ed department, and you know, yeah, I didn't say that very eloquently, but I hope y'all understood me.
Thank you. And I think your connection with it for under root cause 3 is where that would come out. Those kinds of conversations did happen during the data analysis with the stakeholder group. It wasn't always comfortable. The data was very clear. And so I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, and I'll just add that, you know, I think, like, as we continue to do this really important work that's going to have, you know, very hopefully, like, positive implications for our students, for generations to come, like, we have to have these uncomfortable conversations, right? Like, we have to like, I'm glad to hear that those conversations were had in that group, because that's a very real part of the problem and the history, and you can't correct history if you don't know what the problem was. And yeah, I guess I just, I don't know. I don't want us to like tiptoe around certain things. I want to, you know, I want that to be highlighted, because our community, it's part of educating our community. It's part of creating awareness. It's part of like doing the work. So I know that you're doing it, but I'm just glad to hear that you guys had those conversations, and I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I had something kind of similar, just I guess to echo and add a little bit. I do think, I think this is, it's great that we're talking about disproportionality, and not that there's an issue with disproportionality, but that it's a conversation that we're having, an important conversation to have, that we're engaging various stakeholders in this work. And just kind of to echo what Noelia just shared, the explicit, needing to make the explicit connection to race, to historical racism, to all of those components, because thinking about all of these root causes and outcomes, which are all really valid and valuable and important, and things that we should absolutely be engaged in and looking at. When I think about some of these, I think about, okay, well, if we aren't addressing things like implicit bias, we can have like the best systems and structures and processes in place, and they're only going to help so much, right? And so I do think it would be really helpful to, I don't know if it's adding a root cause. I don't know, if it can, I'd be interested to know actually if it came up as a root cause, things like implicit bias, low expectations, like those kinds of things that we know are just a part of the education system, right? They just are. They're a part of how and it's it's something that we have to continue to talk about and continue to address and continue to constantly push ourselves on. And so I'd be interested to think about that in a more explicit way. I don't know, if there's a place for adding that. My concern about weaving it into something, which I think is fine as kind of like a secondary approach, is that it becomes kind of a secondary factor, when I do really think that it needs to be at the forefront of how we approach this work. And I think that I think we're at a place and time in the kinds of discussions that we're having as a district and the work that we're doing and how it weaves into so many other things, that we're talking about discipline, right? And intersectionality between that, and needing to explicitly talk about race in school discipline and student discipline, and how that intersects with special education. And I just feel like there's a lot of opportunity for us to have these conversations in all of these different spaces, and just, want us to ensure that we're talking about some of these components explicitly. So again, not taking away from any of the causes or outcomes that are here, because if I were to think about like some of the things that I would pull out, these would definitely be on that list. And so I think that they're definitely, we're engaging in the work, and it sounds like there was a lot of data analysis and root cause analysis. And I think that that's great. And that was one of the reasons why I was asking just about kind of who was involved in the stakeholder group. And I think it's why it's important. I appreciate that there was a lot of outreach to communities and people that aren't often involved in these conversations. And I think we need to keep doing that as we embark on this, right? It didn't work out the first time for whatever reason, both for our parents and our students. I also kind of was wondering about, is there a place for student voice in this, right? Students that feel that have been a part of a system or a process, and how do we include and incorporate their voices into this work? I think that this is another good opportunity. Again, I think something that we're, you know, seeing be really successful, that I think that we can weave into this process as well. But also our educators and our staff and administrators, you know, just diversity in those stakeholder groups as well, and ensuring that it's representative, because I think the more that we have that, the more the conversation around kind of race and bias, like those just become a part of the conversation naturally because of who you have in the room, versus it needing to be something that, I don't know, you plan for in the same way. So I think that, yeah, I think those are my kind of general thoughts. I'm looking forward to continuing to hear about this work, and for the community to engage in this work, for this work to be integrated into the audit work, and you know, just continuing to move things forward for our students in district in this way. So thank you guys for leading the charge here.
Thank you.
Can I just add real quick? I think it was in a parent letter from my son's school, Fiesta Gardens, that Ability Path was beginning a parent support group for, I think it was students with special needs. And I'm just wondering, like, you know, as that builds momentum, like that could be a good place to either like do a focus group, or, you know, partner with Ability Path and get some of that engagement. Maybe even, you know, like that's where you can, you know, maybe find some folks that would be willing to participate. I also think that it's important to remember that if you want folks from a certain demographic, like you have to make that space inclusive, because if they come one time and they feel lost and they don't feel, you know, like they're contributing, they probably won't come back. So, you know, the first step is getting them to be willing to come. The second one is keeping them engaged. So just some ideas, but yeah, I was happy to see that, and I'm hoping, you know, we can leverage those partnerships and you know, maybe I know like the CDAC, for example, has tried to you know, bring more Spanish speaking folks in, parents into the group, but I do think sometimes like it's just, you know, sometimes it can be overwhelming and yeah, but there are definitely ways that to do these things and to you know, integrate groups, and we just have to keep at it.
Well, we met Arundita last night from Ability Path and heard about her group. So thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't have anything to add. I just wanted to thank you both for the presentation, and thanks for everyone's hard work on this. I really enjoyed learning about the process and looking forward to the next steps and hearing more. So thank you both.
Samesies. I appreciate the deep dive and look forward to more of that happening. And I'm just happy to move in the right direction.
Thank you very much.
Any other discussion? No? Ken? No? Okay. Let me pull up my agenda. Okay, moving on to, thanks again for the presentation. Moving on to item 8.1, certificated seniority list.
Good evening. As a best practice, the Human Resources Department updates the seniority list each year, and certificated staff are provided an opportunity to verify their seniority date, and the list is updated and it's presented to you for approval. And so I respectfully recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the updated seniority list for the 2020-2021 school year, and recognize that there are may be further corrections as people come forward. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
No questions, so we have public comment on this item.
Anybody who would like to make public comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Corzo, we have no hands for public comment.
Motion to approve.
I will second.
Thank you. Second, roll call vote. Trustee Chin,
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock,
Aye.
Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and a yes for me as well. The motion carries. Moving on to item 8.2, renewal of employment contract for Assistant Superintendent Human Resources.
It is my distinct pleasure to bring this contract for Sue Weiser to you this evening. Sue goes above and beyond in her work to support staff and labor relations in our district, and I would respectfully request your approval.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, public comment?
Okay, anybody who would have public comment at this time for this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, we have one for public comment. Marcella.
I just wanted to very briefly say that in my role as a parent, in my role as an educator, as someone who is training future special educators, I am so happy that Sue has joined our district, and the contributions that she has made are enormous. So with an equity focused lens, the work that she has taken on, it feels like there's an effort to make sure that the people that are in our district match our values. And I just stayed up till midnight to say that. So I'm very appreciative that Sue is planning to stay on longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella.
Okay, do I have a, oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's quite right. President Corzo, we have no other hands for public comment.
Thank
Motion
you.
to approve.
I'll second for one. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin,
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock,
Aye.
Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yep.
and a yes for me. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Sue,
you.
for all that you do for our district and all that you brought. Marcella said it perfectly. What she said.
Yeah. Yeah. She even stayed up with
It's
us.
midnight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Marcella. I really appreciate the kind words.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to board member statements and requests for future agenda items.
I'll just start. Thank you, Rebecca, for attending this really difficult meeting. Of course, this was your sort of, we thought I guess the meeting before was your last meeting. So just thank you for coming in and
It was
sharing
a
your
practice
comments.
goodbye.
Yeah, really, you just missed us too much and you didn't want to do it. Good luck, Shara, on your impending birth. I know that the second one sometimes comes out faster. So hopefully you keep your fingers crossed that everything is healthy. So I just want to make that comment. And then I just want to say thank you to Trustee President Corzo for your last meeting. I think, again, I mentioned before that in these times, I think you have done probably twice as many meetings as any normal president because of COVID. And so I want to, even though we're having a meeting on Monday, I wanted to wish everybody happy early holidays. So, and thank you, Dr. Roses, for everything and your staff. I mean, it was a rough meeting tonight, and I just want to thank everybody. So.
I will go next. I just, to all the parents, especially those that are stayed on, but to all the parents, I just, thanks for hanging in there. I know times are beyond challenging, and you didn't ask for this, and you're trying to make it work, and just thank you. And you deserve just a little pat on the back there. So just take that moment and just be proud of yourselves. And then to all the teachers, oh my goodness, thank you from the bottom of my heart, from the amount of love and dedication you give to your students. You guys are superheroes, and I just thank you, thank you, thank you. And to the executive, all administrators and executive team and Dr. Roses, you guys have just been one thing after another. It's literally been no break for you all. And I just thank you for still being. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I wish you all a wonderful break, and, you know, maybe I'll pop in a few times.
Okay, so I'll be real brief. Oh, sorry.
No, go.
Okay, I'll be brief. I honestly have been having a headache for the past last 2 hours of this meeting. So yeah, Rebecca, thank you for, serving on this board with us and for your contributions. We will miss you. Yeah, it's been a crazy couple of years. Yeah, that's all I got right now. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I didn't make a comment earlier, but I wanted to give another shout out and thanks to the Ed Foundation for their hard work with Gilead, and thank you to Gilead for their generosity. They continue to, just continue to help our district, and just really appreciate all of the hard work there, and so grateful. And just, I know we're meeting again, but just in case, wanted to say, especially to Rebecca, happy holidays and happy new year. And I'll say it again on Monday, but anyways, thank you to everybody.
I didn't really have much to say, but now that everybody else had something, I'll just quickly. Also, I, may not, every meeting now might be my last meeting for a while. So if it is, happy holidays to everyone. I'm planning to be here Monday, but TBD. And when I see you all, I'll have a baby on the outside. An actual baby, although Kai sometimes comes to make cameos. So thank you guys for holding down the fort while I'm out for a little bit. And I hope everyone has a great holiday if I don't see you beforehand. And just thanks to everyone for continuing to put in the long hours and, doing everything that we can for all of our kids. Rebecca, I already said goodbye to you, so I don't, no need to reiterate at all,
But you can. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Goodbye again, Rebecca. And all the things that I said last time, our meetings are recorded. So if you need a little pick me up, you can feel free to go back to that.
Okay. Future meeting dates.
And I won't read them to you. They're there for you to review.
Okay, and then we have our final adjournment. You want to do the honors, Rebecca?
I make a motion to end the meeting.
I will second.
Okay, roll call vote, Trustee Chin,
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock,
Aye.
Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and a yes from me. We are adjourned at 12:06, 12:07.
All right.
I don't know. One of those. My computer says one thing, my phone says another. Good night, everyone. Thank you
Good
for
night.
hanging in there with us. Good night.
Good night.